What's up, guys? It's me, Bjorn, and as you can see, we're inside of David Zaslav's office. And this is because, unfortunately, Justice League Dark has been canceled. We wrote the second movie, we filmed it, and, Warner Brothers needed a tax exemption, and Zaslav was a little worried that the movie might succeed if released, so that would be too embarrassing for him and the company at large. So, unfortunately, the script has been permanently shelved, and we're never going to see it, alright? So that's the end of the video. Like and subscribe, and if you're David Zaslav, you should stop watching at this point, because there's nothing else to see, man. We're not going to leak the script or something. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Alright, guys, I think he's gone. Alright, I've been Bjorn, and we're actually going to do the script. Fuck that Dave guy. I don't even know who he is. Like, what? He made like Discovery Channel into like Ancient Aliens, the channel. Yeah, that was pretty badass, I won't lie, but we're just gonna do it anyway. Fuck that guy. Whatever. Alright, as you all might have guessed, this is the Justice League Dark 2 introducing the characters video. We're going to be introducing some characters, specifically some Dark characters. A lot of characters for this movie. I'm not saying they're going to stick around for a long time, but there are a lot in here. And that is because this is part 1 of 2. Technically, part 2 of 3 if you really want to count the first one, but much like Suicide Squad 4 and 5, this is sort of a part 1 and a part 2. I'll go ahead and rip that Band-Aid off now. So this is the first part, which I'm calling Justice League Dark Elseworlds. And the next part will be Justice League Dark Upside Down Empire. I'll give you a nickel if you can guess what the villain for that one is. So, without further ado, let's introduce our characters. We've got our returning characters from the previous movie. We've got Xanadu, Madam Xanadu. Hello, Addie. You're not usually the dog interruption. It's unusual. Well, Madam Xanadu, we got Zatanna, we got Constantine, we got Dorothy Spinner, and we've got Element Girl. She's actually in this and is the main player. Oh, and Shade the Changing Man. Who could forget him? So yeah, that's it, right? I feel like there's one I'm forgetting. Dude, I'm so scatterbrained right now, you know? Like, all parts of my brain were just separated and scattered amongst everywhere. Oh well, I don't think that's going to come up again. Let's talk about the rest of the new characters we're introducing. For those who haven't seen the end of the first one, I mean, go back and watch that. What are you doing? This is going to spoil everything, and you're going to have a bad time. But for those who have seen it, obviously, you know where the movie left off, so let's talk about the next characters. We've got Lex Luthor, technically inverse Lex Luthor. Consider the rest of these characters will all be inverse from the alternate universe revealed at the end of that last movie. The alternate universe we also saw in Suicide Squad 3. We've got the Evil Justice League from Suicide Squad 3 will appear in this movie in a flashback. So that's all of those characters. In addition, we will be seeing Supergirl, Aquaman, Jon Stewart Green Lantern, Evil Inverse Zatanna, and Black Canary. There might be some others too. Oh, Cyborg as well. I almost forgot Cyborg. Poor forgettable guy, always getting cut. There might be others as well, so you can, look forward to that, I guess. And we've got our Inverse Legion of Evil, who are technically the Justice League for this universe, I guess. Inverse Flatline, Inverse Chemo. As I said, Inverse Lex Luthor. Inverse Golden Glider and Inverse Mirror Master. Those are more obscure characters. Inverse Metallo. And, last but certainly not least, Inverse John Constantine. So these are very interesting. What will I be doing with that? That's it. Those are the new characters I'm introducing. Oh wait, I forgot about the whole other plots that are in this movie. Boy, this one sure is jam-packed. Is it going to be a clusterfuck? Probably. What else do we got? Well, we've got Detective Chimp. We've got Mansur Malaha? I'm not sure how you say this. And The Brain. That's it for our heroic or good characters. Of course, there might be some more that appear later in the scripts that I'm not going to talk about here. Who could say? I can't. Alright, so let's talk about our villains. And this is where I have a lot to say, actually. Since I'm leaving a lot of the hero characters vague, because I don't want to spoil too much. I already talked about the evil Justice League, and they're going to be exactly what they're billed as. They're the evil Justice League. I'll be characterizing a couple of them very specifically, mostly Supergirl, who will actually be sort of the main antagonist for a lot of this movie. That might surprise some of y'all. It seems out of odd choice. I think it'll make more sense when you see the movie relative to the rest of the characters. Also, Black Canary will be fairly important to the script. The other characters will get their moments. They're antagonist characters in the Bjorn script. I think you can kind of guess where that's going. Now let's talk about the big baddie for the two-parter. I think we all know, based on how I ended the last movie, it's Upside Down Man. Now, Upside Down Man is an interesting character who I will be changing entirely from the ground up. He will not be the same as he is in the comic books. Obviously, I've already changed him. His whole thing with sort of the imaginary friends thing is an entirely unique Bjorn creation. Now, I kind of combine that with the actual mythos he has in the comic books. So you can expect some interesting tweaks to what is in the comic books with a little Bjorn twist. I like to do these sorts of things, much like I did with Nightshade, where I heavily changed that character, and I think that wound up working for that particular script. So how am I changing Upside Down Man? Well, I'm trying something here. We'll see if this works or not. I'm not sure it will. I like to be honest when I write these things. I often use these as little experiments. Forever, I've kind of had this idea in my head that I've never really found a place for. Like, what would happen if an elder god, like an elder god of horrible ancient power, was like a bratty 12-year-old? And, you know, he throws temper tantrums, and unfortunately his temper tantrums can undo reality. And he has a very active imagination, and unfortunately that active imagination creates unspeakable horrors beyond your comprehension. I think there's something really interesting there, and a sort of dynamic, like, how do you reason with a little temper tantrum 12-year-old? Like, how do you even begin to reckon with something like that, especially when it's something as horrible and as powerful as Upside Down Man? This is a huge departure from the comic books, I will admit. But the more I played with it and like wrote sample dialogue, the more I tried, you know, moving that stuff around and just playing with it. It works. It really works. So Upside Down Man is not what you were probably expecting. We can already see a little teases and elements of it. I left it kind of open-ended at the end of the last movie because I wasn't sure I was going to go with this angle. So I left it like, I hinted at that, but I didn't like full and go for it. But we're going to full and go for it, I think. And if it doesn't work, oh well. This is fan fiction, man. This is what it's for. It's for me to try out ideas. If y'all didn't know, you're my guinea pigs, and I try out ideas, and I might wind up recycling into my own personal stuff down the line. So this is a very interesting swap up, right? Like it's one of the more unique twists on a character I've done. Like up there with like Flatline and Chemo, where I just like redesigned the character for some experiment I'm doing. Basically, and hopefully this will work out. I think antagonists are one of my favorite kinds of characters to write, and this one, oh boy, this one I've had some fun with. One of my better, if not my best, antagonists, I think. Obviously made an impact in his first appearance in the last movie, and he's going to continue to make an impact in this movie. He's not in this movie as much as you might think. This is a sort of an interim movie. He will mainly come into play in the third act, but he will appear intermittently throughout, specifically with the Dorothy character. So you guys can expect that. Now in the third one, which will be Upside Down Empire, and I think is going to end my DC thing. I've said that before, but I mean it this time. I'm probably done doing DC for a while, for a long while. I think I've kind of made my peace with that. But in the third one, he will be the main antagonist, like Nightshade was for 5 of Suicide Squad, and let's just say he does a lot in that movie, and it's good what he does, especially if you like suffering character moments and things like that I love personally. Like, but whatever. You guys can look forward to that. That's really all I have to say. There's no other villains in this movie. Oh my god. How could I forget the goat, or I guess I should say the gorilla, our antagonist for our secondary plot, Gorilla Grodd, as revealed at the end of the last movie. We are gonna make America Grodd again. Let's everyone get a round of applause for Gorilla Grodd, the big gorilla with psychic powers, one of 10 DC-adjacent gorilla villains, but arguably the best DC-adjacent gorilla villain. Oh my god, I love this guy. What does he do? He fights the Flash, the man who can run faster than the speed of light in time travel? Hell yeah. What's a gorilla gonna do? Everything, dude. It's gonna gorilla all over him. So y'all can look forward to seeing Gorilla Grodd in this script. He actually gets a fair bit of screen time and has one of my favorite moments in the script. So yeah, that's it. If you enjoyed this, like and subscribe. I'll have the first part of this. Probably gonna be a bit. I'm going to do the last part of Horrors, the Harry Potter series, and the final episode of Thunderbolts, and then I'll do the first act of this. Both those are basically done. I just have to find time to record and edit them, so those will be sooner rather than later. So you can look forward to them, because I think they both turned out pretty good, the endings for both of those, actually. I knew Thunderbolts would. I had that ending in mind from the beginning, but I did some reworking on Horrors, and so I was pleasantly surprised when that worked out. So if you're looking for something else to watch, Thunderbolts Act 2 here, and you can get prepared on that Harry Potter series. I know I haven't updated on that in a while, but that is going to be coming out soon, so if you haven't watched that or started it, you should definitely check it out. Alright, I've been Bjorn. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye. Look, Mr. Zaslav, okay man, we've made so many cuts, alright? So many cuts. I mean, look at this. Basically, we're working from home, right? We don't have an office anymore. You sold it for tax write-offs. No, I get it. The tax write-off was great. It was good. Yeah, it was really great. But I haven't had time to clean my room. It looks like a shithole. I sold my camera. I've got a shitty camera, man, and I know I released it without your permission. I know. I got that, yeah. People liked it, though. I was right. Yeah, no. I was right. So, okay, yeah. 86 Shark Tale 2. Sure, yeah. Will Smith isn't going to be happy about it, but, it's got to happen. It's got to happen. So, we'll 86 that. It's done. It's a dead project. We'll put that in the trash bin with Scoob 2 and, Coyote vs. Hackney, and we'll call that a wash. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to get it out soon. It'll be under budget. In fact, right now. We're going to put it out right now. Right. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, God, that guy's unbearable. He just keeps trying to cancel everything. I'm literally having to keep from getting canceled right now. Whole YouTube channel on the line. Zaslav is not happy at all. I mean, I'm literally working from home. I haven't had time to clean anything. My room's like a shithole. This is what we have to deal with. This is just a reminder that this is a sequel to the original movie. If you have not watched the first Justice League Dark movie on this channel, I would at least recommend watching that, because otherwise this is going to be incomprehensible. So annotations above for that. We're going to open on the DC Warner Brothers studio logos. They flicker and flash like an old projector screen. In the background, we can hear the sound of spooling reels as footage spins. And we begin to hear the song Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers. Then we open on a theater screen outside with the movie Ghost being projected on it. We pull back further and we can see it's an old drive-in movie screen playing the film. The scene in question is the scene in the movie Ghost where she hugs the ghost near the end of the movie. Only it's different. The woman is the ghost and the man is the one interacting with her. We see text appear on screen that says Inverse Earth, 4 years ago. The camera pulls back until we see a bunch of abandoned cars. Sitting on the hood of one of them is Chemo and Flatline. Flatline says, "This movie doesn't get ghosts right at all. If I touch a ghost, they kind of just cease to exist. Poof, exorcised or whatever." Chemo looks at her and says, "Who would have thought Hollywood would get something wrong?" Flatline says, "I know, right? The Sixth Sense was much closer." Chemo says, "Yeah?" She says, "Yeah." The camera pulls back from the two of them, and we can see Golden Glider and Mirror Master sitting in a different car. They hold hands and lean against one another. So at this point I'll reveal that Golden Glider and Mirror Master are a couple in this film. Something that's not canon in really any DC stuff I've ever seen, but it's something I'm going with. Golden Glider says, "You know, this movie always reminded me of our trip to Mexico." Mirror Master says, "The one with the zombies?" Golden Glider says, "Yep, that's the one. That trip was so romantic." Mirror Master says, "Romantic is where my mind usually goes when I think of the undead." Golden Glider says, "You never did like the supernatural. Honestly, I think you picked the wrong line of work." Mirror Master says, "Tell me about it. The worst part of this job is the co-workers.
He smiles, then kisses her on the lips. She says, "We didn't know how good we had it back then, did we?" Mirror Master looks at her and smiles. "It'll get better." She says, "I hope so." A man enters the parking lot. We can see it's Lex Luthor. He calls out to the members sitting in the cars. "Everyone, Constantine is back." We cut to the inside of a large snack room. We can see posters hanging on the walls. One is for a Justice League movie. We see Lex Luthor, Batman, Mirror Master, Reverse Flash, and Golden Glider on the front. The camera moves back until we see a large table. Several people are gathered around it. We see Mirror Master, Golden Glider, Metallo, Lex Luthor, Chemo, Flatline, and John Constantine standing around the table. They're the last members of the Inverse Justice League left. Constantine says, "I'm telling you, I laid eyes on the thing. Soups kept Bruce's contingency drive. He's been real hush-hush about it. I don't think he wants the other members to know he has it. That's to our advantage. It means they don't know it exists, which means they won't know to protect it." Chemo says, "How do we know this isn't a trick? You live with them. How can we trust you?" Constantine says, "I'm not like them. Have I ever fed you wrong information?" Chemo says, "No, not yet." Constantine says, "I am not one of them. I pretend to be. I turn a blind eye to the things they do because it gets me close. Close enough to get y'all information like this. This is what it was all about." Lex Luthor says, "Constantine's trustworthy. He's as good as they come. I'd stake my life on it." Mirror Master says, "As would I." Chemo says, "Fine. Where's Superman keeping this drive?" Constantine says, "Beneath the Kent Corp off-site research facility. The one outside of Metropolis. That's where the Legion keeps their base of operation." Flatline says, "Why would they keep it there? What's Soup's connection to Kent Corp?" Lex Luthor says, "Superman is Clark Kent." Constantine says, "Yeah, you're right. How did you know?" Lex Luthor said, "I had a run-in with Kent only once. The day he stole my father's company from me. When I met the man, he filled me with dread. I always wondered, but now I know for sure." Chemo says, "No wonder they've driven us to this point. Their leader is a fucking billionaire." Lex Luthor says, "This just makes the choice more clear. We need any advantage we can get. We have to steal the drive. Even if it is risky, it contains ways to kill every single one of them. It would turn the table." Golden Glider says, "We could use it to blackmail them." Metallo says, "Or just finish them for good." Mirror Master shoots him a look. Metallo says, "What? I'm just saying what we're all thinking. They need to go. Permanently." Chemo says, "He's right. We've let them do whatever they please for too long. We have to stoop to their level if we ever want to win." Golden Glider says, "I think you're all missing the obvious problem. Superman. If he wants to keep the drive safe, then getting to it will be impossibly hard." Constantine says, "Actually, I can help you there. About half the Legion is planning on leaving. The 2 Kryptonians, Zatanna and the Arrow for sure. A few others too, I believe. They're going to handle some prick on another planet. 2 days from now, Superman will be gone." Lex Luthor says, "That's when we attack. It's a good plan. We'll have to iron out some kinks, but I think it's our best chance in years to make a real difference. With Bruce's contingencies, we will be able to kill all of the evil pricks once and for all. Let's put it to a vote. You know the rules. It's all or nothing." Lex raises his hands. "I'm obviously in favor." Metallo says, "Me too." Chemo says, "Me as well." When it gets to Golden Glider, she hesitates but nods. "I'm for it." They all turn to look at Flatline. Flatline looks nervous and then says, "No. I think it crosses the line. We can't allow ourselves to be like them. Bruce obviously didn't want us to have the drive, or he would have given it to us himself." Chemo says, "Nakia, would you allow us to talk for a moment, please? Alone." The others nod, and the 2 of them walk to a separate room. We can see old posters for various movies on the wall as they walk past. We see a poster for Sportsmaster the movie, with Sportsmaster triumphantly standing on the cover. He's holding a hockey stick and a tennis racket. Flatline says, "I'm not changing my mind. We're supposed to be the good guys." Chemo says, we have no option, Nakia. You have to vote yes. This is the best opportunity we've had in years. We have to take it. We can't keep playing by our own rules. They aren't like us. They're bad people. They don't deserve second chances. Flatline says, everyone deserves second chances. Like you. I won't kill them, Matthew. We'd become just like them if we crossed that line. And Bruce warned us. Chemo says, Bruce is dead. He died fighting his war, his way. You remember how it happened, don't you? Nakia looks away. Yeah, he had a chance. Like us. But he didn't take it. He appealed to Superman's humanity and learned he didn't have it. I don't want to see the same happen to you or anyone else here. Flatline says, but we're supposed to be better than that. Chemo says, we are. I know. But I don't see another option. Flatline says, I hate this, Matthew. Everything just feels so backwards. Without you, I don't know what I'd do. I'm scared. Chemo says, I know. I am too. But good always has a way of beating evil in the end. Good changed my mind. Pulled me away from them and brought me to you. Flatline says, the thing you said a couple weeks ago. About wanting to live a normal life together after all this. Did you mean that? Chemo says, I did. She mulls it over. Normal. Yeah. I think I'd like that. Chemo says, then we'll do it. Normal. To get there, you know what we'll have to do. Flatline says, yeah. The two of them walk back to the table. Flatline says, I'm changing my vote. I'm in. Lex says, then that leaves you, Sam. They all turn to look at Mirror Master. Mirror Master says, I won't kill them. Even if they're rotten to the core, I have principles, and I can't do that. It's wrong. But I can help you get the drive. Lex Luthor says, that's all we ask. It cuts to black. We're going to open on a Kent Corp building. We hear the song Hard Times by Baby Huey begin to play. We see John Constantine enter the sliding glass doors. We see the logo for Kent Corp hanging above the building. John approaches the front desk where a security guard sits. The security guard says, welcome back, Mr. Constantine. Will you be going below? Constantine says, yes, I will. The security guard says, do you have anything on your person which could create a reflective surface? Constantine says, no. The security guard says, alright, you're good to go in. John moves down the hall towards an elevator. We can see signs along the wall that say, no mirrors or standing water past this point. John bumbles with something in his pocket as he gets into the elevator. He nervously looks around as the elevator begins to lower deeper down into the base. He steps out at the bottom and finds an empty room with the Legion of Evil symbol on the wall. He moves down the hall until he reaches a small closet. He hides himself inside. He pulls the strange object out of his pocket and pops it into his mouth. He bites on it and winces. He holds up his hand as energy begins to flow between his fingers. He presses them against the wall, and the wall transforms. It turns into a solid glass mirror. Its surface begins to ripple, and then the Justice League step free of it, led by Mirror Master. Mirror Master says, it worked. Constantine says, yeah, and the place is bloody empty. We've done it. Follow me. Superman keeps it in here. We see them move down the hall for a while. At one point, they pass a glass trophy case. Chemo stops and looks at it. His metal hands form into fists. Inside the glass case, we can see torn and bloody pieces of clothing, each of them belonging to a superhero. We see a piece of Reverse Flash's costume, a part of the Joker's purple jacket stained with blood, a piece of Polka Dot Man's outfit, a piece of Black Manta's helmet, and lastly, a Japanese-style blade shaped like a cutlass. Chemo says, bastards. Lex Luthor says, we'll pay them back tenfold. I promise. They enter a large room. A computer terminal sits in the center of it. Constantine says, that's what opens it. Lex Luthor says, allow me. Constantine says, it's booby-trapped. Lex Luthor says, I know. We get an extended sequence of Lex Luthor disabling traps and lasers and things with his own personal tech. He has all these little gadgets and things, tech that he uses to do it. For kind of a fun sequence. I won't waste your time describing it here. You can kind of use your imagination. He finally reaches the computer and begins to hack into it. After a few seconds of doing that, we hear a click, and he presses a button. A cylinder rises from the ground and unleashes mist as it does. Lex Luthor pushes another button, and the cylinder slowly opens up. Inside, we see a bloody Batarang. Luthor says, "What the shit?" We hear a voice from the darkness. It's Superman. "That's the one I used to kill him, you know. He put up a good fight for a mere human. I was right, Kara. I told you they'd take the bait." Golden Glider yells, "It's a trap!" Superman and Supergirl both float out from the shadows of the room. Superman smiles when he sees them. "So here you are, the sorry remnants of the Justice League, and I was hoping for more. Is this really what you've been reduced to? Just shadows of your former selves. You used to put up more of a fight. I suspected you weren't really with us, Constantine, so I let you hear a fake rumor. I'm disappointed that my suspicions were correct. You had such potential." We see Zatanna step out from the shadows next to Superman. "John, what have you done?" John turns to Mirror Master in a panic. "You know the escape plan. He vanishes into a puff of smoke. We see Zatanna holding her wand in her hand. She snaps and vanishes too. Superman slams himself down into the ground, bending the metal into a crater. "It's gonna break my heart to kill you all. I'll miss the cat and mouse game we've always had. It'll be so boring without you." Lex Luthor tries to pull a gun with some sort of kryptonite piston out from his pocket. Before he can fire it, an arrow strikes through the crystal growing out of the top of it and shatters it, sending the kryptonite to the ground and disabling the gun. We see a green arrow stick into the ground behind him. Superman makes an annoyed face. He turns to the upper darkness. "Arrow, you weren't invited." We hear a voice from the shadows. "Sorry, I just couldn't miss the party." Superman says, "Stay out of this. They're ours." Metallo says, "You don't have to do this, Superman. We don't want to have to fight you." Superman says, "I'd imagine not. After all, this isn't a fight any of you will be leaving." Metallo says, "Don't be so sure." Superman smiles again. "Oh, Metallo, if it weren't so cliche, I'd say I brought you into this world and I can take you out of it. Look at you all. What happened to you guys? I mean, you used to have fun characters. Who's that one who shot Ketchup?" The Air Master looks up. He was called Condiment King. "Yes, that's the one. I liked him. He was funny. Broke my heart when I ripped out his spine. But what can you do, right, Kara?" Supergirl looks eager. "Come on, Cal. Can't I kill them already? I've been waiting." Superman says, "You're too eager, Kara. We're having a nice conversation. You should bask in our victory." We see a face twisted with rage on Lex's face. He pulls out a second gun from his belt and fires a shot at Superman. This one doesn't have kryptonite, so it just bounces off his chest and leaves a steaming mark behind. Superman laughs. "That was a mistake." His eyes begin to glow red. Supergirl says, "Cal, let me." The red fades from his eyes. He turns and looks at her. "Fine, but don't make it too quick. We want to make an example out of them. Don't want any more weeds growing up to take their place." Supergirl says, "As you say, I'll give them a 5-minute head start." The Justice League just stands there nervously. Supergirl says, "That means run." They do run. Chemo says, "They fucking played us. What are we going to do?" Mirror Master says, "The escape plan is still good. We just have to make it to the mirror." Luthor says, "Will it even still be there?" Mirror Master says, "Why wouldn't it be?" Luthor says, "They got Constantine. I don't know much about magic, but I'd guess you have to be alive to keep it active." Mirror Master's eyes go wide. He hadn't thought of that. Golden Glider says, I can fly ahead. See if it's still there. I'm faster than you guys. Mirror Master says, do it. She floats off the ground and flies down the hall. Lex says, let's just hope Constantine can hold on if he isn't already dead. We're in a hard cut to a dark black void. We see Constantine standing alone in the middle of the dark void. Blackness surrounds him, going on forever. His foots leave behind shallow ripples in a pool of black water. Constantine says, Pocket Dimension, Z. Show yourself. I know this is your work. The words echo around him, and then Zatanna appears in front of him. She's crying. Why? She asks. Constantine doesn't answer at first. Zatanna asks again, Why? Constantine says, You know why, Z. Zatanna says, I thought you loved me. Constantine says, Maybe I did once. But you're too far gone, Z. All of you are. Zatanna says, You know what they're going to make me do to you, don't you? Yeah, I know. I just couldn't stand by and watch anymore. Zatanna says, God, that is so like you. You could never see past this moral naivete you have. Why would you make me do this? A magical energy begins to form in her hands. Constantine's hands burst into fire as well. Constantine says, I don't want to have to do this either, Z. But I have to help the others. And I won't let you stand in my way. Zatanna shakes her head. Oh, John. They're already dead. They were corpses the second you brought them in here. We're going to cut to the Justice League running down the halls. Flatline says, This isn't right. We must have made a wrong turn. We should have already been there. Lex Luthor says, Constantine was the one who knew the layout. This place is like a maze. Mirror Master says, Glider hasn't come back yet. Flatline says, That could mean anything. Mirror Master says, That's what worries me. They turn a corner, and we see Supergirl floating in the air. She's holding Golden Glider by the neck. Mirror Master lets out a moan of anguish. Supergirl says, Found you. Mirror Master, look what I caught. She holds out her hand, and we can see it's around Golden Glider's neck. She looks scared and injured. Her eyes lock on Mirror Master and become sad. Supergirl says, What should I do with you? Got any ideas, Goldie? Golden Glider's eyes shift to look at Supergirl. She spits and says, One day, you'll get what's coming to you. Supergirl says, I doubt that. Golden Glider quickly turns to look at Mirror Master. Sam, I look... Supergirl snaps her neck like a twig before she can finish the sentence. Supergirl lets the body fall to the floor without a care. It thuds dead. We can see Golden Glider's cold, dead eyes staring up. Supergirl says, Oops. Mirror Master screams. He starts to run towards her in a fury. We see Supergirl roll her eyes sarcastically. They begin to glow red, and two lasers fire towards Mirror Master. A large metal hand jerks him out of the way, and we see Metallo step up in front of Mirror Master. Metallo says, No, Sam. The others need you. You're the only way out. Supergirl says, It's useless. There's no reflective surfaces anywhere in the building. I saw to it myself. There is no escape. Metallo says, You shut up. He points a metal finger towards her. Supergirl says, Make me. Metallo runs at her and throws a punch as the others flee from the fight. Supergirl catches it and throws Metallo through a wall. We see him crash into a research lab of some sort. We see they're researching plants. We can see some of Poison Ivy's living Venus flytrap things inside of a glass container. On one section of the wall, we can see Poison Ivy's body suspended in some kind of green liquid. Metallo gets up from the ground and looks around. Supergirl floats through the hole Metallo's body made in the wall. Metallo says, What is this? What have you done to Ivy? Supergirl says, we found where she retired to. Now she's dead. We were trying to find some use for her body, but turned out to be a dead end. Metallo says, You're monsters. All of you. He opens up his chest, and the bright light of the kryptonite shines on Supergirl. She looks surprised and falls to the ground. Metallo marches over to her as she tries to get back onto her feet, and he slams a fist into her chest, followed by her head. She's thrown to the ground and holds a shaky hand up to her nose as blood runs down. She looks so surprised. She's never been hurt. Metallo says, Glider was right. You're going to get what you deserve. They're going to fight. It's going to go on for a little bit. I'm just going to kind of like and breeze through it. Basically, it's a slugfest, as I always say. Two powerhouses fighting each other. But Metallo is wiping the floor with Supergirl overall. He gets one good hit on her, and then hits her again and again. She's on the ground now. He picks her up. He hits her face again. Again. He throws her against the wall, then knees her in the face. Her face is a bloody mess. He holds his hand back, and his sword slides free of his metallic suit. He slams it towards her, finishing the job, and a hand catches his arm, throwing Metallo back. We see Superman floating down. Kara is coughing up blood. She's severely beaten, near death. Superman laughs. Let this be a lesson, Kara. You underestimated your opponent, assumed your own superiority. He would have killed you if I hadn't come. Be more careful next time. We're going to hard cut to Zatanna and Constantine in a battle. They're flinging magic spells back and forth at each other, but we can tell Constantine is holding back. Constantine reflects one of Zatanna's spells, and it slams into her. Zatanna is thrown to the ground as the void falls away. They're back in the large chamber where they started. John looms over her. We can see his hands engulf into fire. He makes as if he's going to burn her alive, then lets the fire wink out. Zatanna takes the opportunity. She blasts him and he falls to the floor. Now it's Zatanna that hovers over John. A magical spear forms in her hand, and she holds it to his throat. Constantine says, "Just bloody do it." Zatanna says, "Was any of it real to you? Back when you said you loved me? Did it mean anything back then?" Constantine says, "All of it." She can tell it's the truth, and she starts to cry. The magic spear disappears from her hands, and her head slumps. She can't do it. Then we hear a thunk. She looks down, and we see an arrow sticking out of Constantine's chest. Blood begins to run from his mouth. He looks confused and says, "Z?" Zatanna turns, and we can see Green Arrow perched where he was before. He laughs and hops down. We see the life leave John's eyes, and Zatanna screams, "What did you do?" Green Arrow says, "What you couldn't. You know Clark would have done it anyway. He would have killed you for sparing his life. Seems like a waste of talent to me." Zatanna looks up at him. We can see blood on her shirt and hands from Constantine. Arrow says, "The way I see it, you owe me one." We're going to cut back to the Justice League running through the halls. As the rest keep moving, Chemo slowly falls behind and then stops. Flatline notices and stops too. "What are you doing, Matthew?" Chemo says, "Metallo, he needs my help. We can do it. I can help him do it. Kill the Kryptonian." Flatline says, "Superman wouldn't let you get close." Chemo says, "He would. Superman wants something from me. He always has. I can get close. Get him to drop his guard, maybe." Lex Luthor chimes in. "And do what? Even your suit can't hurt him. It's not strong enough. Trust me, I've tried." Chemo says, "No, I wouldn't use the suit. Even the Man of Steel can't survive radiation poisoning. I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago." Flatline says, "No, not that. You'd leave yourself wide open to him." Chemo says, "Nakia, I don't have time to argue. It's got to be me. I can help Metallo." Flatline says, "Then I'll go with you. I won't leave you." Chemo says, "You'd die for nothing the second I opened my suit. I couldn't do that. Beyond that, you're too important to the cause." Lex Luthor says, "Whatever you do, do it quickly. We don't have time to linger." Flatline says, "What, you're okay with him throwing his life away?" Chemo says, "If that's what it takes to beat them, that's what I'll do." Nakia nods. Tears are streaming down her face. Chemo says, "Besides, you've seen the other side, and it's not that bad, right?" His large mechanical hand delicately wipes away one of her tears. "Remember what I told you. We can't play by their rules anymore. I'm doing this so you can fight on. You have to kill them, Nakia. No mercy. Not for them." Flatline repeats it like a mantra. "No mercy." Chemo says, "I love you." And Flatline says, "I love you too. Please try to come back to me." Chemo says, "I promise." Flatline says, I love you too. Please, promise me you'll try to come back. Kimo says, I promise. He turns away and runs down the hall towards the Metallo fight. We see Superman and Metallo fighting each other. Metallo's suit is beaten and dented. Superman has blood running from his nose. Metallo's actually given him a beating using the kryptonite in his chest. Metallo throws Superman against the wall, and we see Superman thrust his hand into the wall. As Metallo throws Superman against the wall, we see Superman thrust his hand into the wall. Metallo opens up his chest, revealing his kryptonite-impaled heart. We can tell Superman is weakened by its green glow. He pulls his hand free from the wall with a piece of rebar. Superman hurls it forward, slamming it into Metallo's kryptonite heart and knocking it free. We see the heart fly forward, stuck on the end of the rebar, and impale itself into the wall behind him. The kryptonite shatters. Superman says, It was about time I fixed one of my biggest mistakes. Goodbye, Metallo. He laughs as Metallo's body falls to the ground, just as Kimo enters the room, too late to save his friend. No! He cries. Superman turns and spots him. Ah, Matthew. I was hoping to talk to you one-on-one. I have an offer. Kimo says, Not interested. Superman says, You really should hear me out. As we speak, the rest of the Legion is coming. I called them. And do you know what I told them to do when they arrive? Superman smiles again. There's something so sinister to it. Kimo doesn't answer. Oh, come on, guess. Kimo's metal suit forms a fist. Not in a playful mood today, huh? I told them to kill your friends. Nothing personal. It just has to be done. But I can make exceptions. Luther and Mirror Master have to die, of course. They're figureheads. Old guard. You understand. But your little girlfriend. Flatline, right? I could spare her. Kimo says, What made you like this? Superman says, I could ask you the same thing. You used to be like me. Vicious. A killer. Now you're some neutered puppy following around the Justice League like a pet. It's a downgrade, and an unflattering one. You're wasted on them, Matthew. You belong with us. With me. I remember how you used to be. Kimo says, I hated who I was with you. I was too blind to see what you really were then. What I really was. But I see it now. Superman says, You let that woman get to you. You were always weak to her, even back then. So what do you think is going to happen here? How is this going to play off in your perfect world? Kimo says, I'm going to kill you. Superman says, You know how many times I've heard that? It just never happens. Please, try. I welcome the sport. Kimo says, You shouldn't be so confident. Even the cells of the Man of Steel will die to radiation. Kimo's suit hisses to life, and we see him slowly step out. His eyes are glowing green, and the veins under his skin glow green as well. We hear the Geiger counter in his suit begin to go wild as the radiation increases. It flies all the way over into the red. We see Superman react to the radiation, but it's not how we expect. He laughs. I think you've made a small mistake, Matthew. It's not something I like to tell people, but who cares? You're not going to live through the day anyway. I get my powers from the radiation of the sun. We see the fear and horror run across Kimo's eyes. Too late. Superman walks towards him. What's that thing your beloved Flatline always said she could do when we fought? Oh, that's right. Superman flies forward and slams a fist inside of Kimo's chest. It punches all the way through, and we can see Kimo's heart gripped in Superman's hand. It faintly glows green. He pulls it free and shows it to Kimo with a smile on his face. Yeah, I think I'll send this to her in a gift wrap box for her birthday. Kimo tries to reach out and finish Superman. Grab him, fight him, anything. But he only stumbles forward and falls to the ground, dead. The green glow from his body fades away. Superman lets the heart fall to the floor and steps on it. It explodes. What a waste of talent. A door opens and Superman turns. We see Zatanna walk in. Cal, Constantine is dead. The others escaped into a mirror we missed. I could search for them. Superman laughs. Don't bother. Let the cockroaches scatter. Today we dealt them a death blow. The Justice League will fall to infighting. and we'll pick them apart one by one after that. Our fight is won at last, Satana. It's over. He laughs with triumph as the camera zooms into the S on his chest. Soon we're in darkness, and we see the title of the movie drop. Justice League Dark, Elseworlds. Each letter shifts in fonts and colors. Finally, the colors of the title begin to shift until they're a colorful striped pattern. It remains consistent. The camera moves into that until we're overlooking a large circus tent. We pass through a museum of curiosities inside a tent. Inside one case, we see a shattered dawn spear. In another, a strange mummy. In the background, we see a poster for the Incredible Shrinking Man and a old-fashioned version of the Atom suit. Lastly, the camera passes by a sword. It's unusual looking, and we can see it's labeled the Sword of Night. Our view moves into another tent. We see a few animal cages filled with extra animals, filled with tigers and elephants and all kinds of other animals. Finally, we see a young chimpanzee sitting with a man. Text on screen says, Earth 528. The man is named Fred. He says, "You're ready, Bobo. You've got this." The chimp coos nervously. "I know, buddy, I know. Not much longer now. Who's the greatest detective in the world?" The monkey points to himself. Fred smiles. "That's right. You were born for this." He slides a Sherlock Holmes-esque hat onto the monkey's head. "You're my detective." We're going to cut to the middle of a circus tent. We see a ringleader standing in the middle of the spotlight. He twirls his cane in the air and the audience claps. "Now you've seen spectacles and wonders beyond imagination. You've seen elephants balance on balls. The flying Graysons defy gravity. You've even seen a man tame a lion. But what I have to show you next isn't like anything you can find at any other circus. A curiosity I discovered deep in the jungles of the Congo. An ape capable of thought unlike anything you've seen before. He has a mind for solving crimes. Never fails to solve a case. Murder, kidnapping, robbery. He's cracked them all. I give you the greatest detective who has ever lived." The spotlight shines and then comedically lowers down to an ape dressed like Sherlock Holmes. The announcer declares, "The Detective Chimp." The audience goes wild as Detective Chimp walks onto the stage with his magnifying glass in hand. The ringleader says, "You see, there's been a murder." The stage light shines onto a woman covered in fake blood lying on the ground. We can clearly see she's still breathing. Detective Chimp walks over and mimes investigating her body with a magnifying glass. He reaches into her hand and pulls out a handkerchief. The announcer bounds over and snatches it from Detective Chimp. "Why, the Chimp's found a clue. This is our first step into leading us to our killer." We're going to hard cut to an empty tent. Everyone's gone. We see Fred sitting with Detective Chimp. He says, "You did great. The audience was eating that up. We made so much money today, boy." The monkey coos and waddles over to a small pin area. He climbs inside his own cage and begins to play with a ball. He looks up to his owner and frowns. His owner says, "I know you don't like the shows. I'm sorry, buddy. Just a few more and we'll be able to move on to something better. I promise. It'll be wide open spaces and bananas like you couldn't imagine. Whatever you want." This is our shot at a better life. We see a shot of Detective Chimp looking up at his owner. The camera turns and we see his owner's face. It's beaten to a pulp and smashed in. His eyes are bulging and part of his brain is falling out of his skull. Blood runs from his eyes and nose. He says, "Things are gonna get better, little detective." We're gonna cut to an apartment building. We see Detective Chimp sit up in his bed. He's breathing wildly from the nightmare and catches his breath. He looks older now than he did in the flashback and is somehow less chimp-like. Detective Chimp says, "Same damn nightmare." He pours himself a shot of alcohol from a glass beside his bed and drinks it. We see him get up and look out the window. We can see Central City, but completely covered in jungle. The city's been modified to suit apes. He approaches a hat rack on his door, and snags the iconic detective hat. We can see the sword from the circus leaning against the rack as well. It's a medieval-looking night hat.
Detective Chimp heads out the door. So real fast, I'm going to mention that in the post-credit scene I revealed Detective Chimp, and I didn't know what I was doing with him besides I decided I was using that character. I had like an outline for him. I hadn't read any of his comics at that point, and I hadn't ironed out his character. So this is retconning his personality in that. You can consider that after credit scene non-canon. Everything here is going to basically repeat that sequence. So that didn't happen, that's not canon, and that personality is not going to carry over to this version of the character. Detective Chimp moves through Central City. We see apes like climbing on ape-built stuff, whatever. Let your imagination go out. I'd let some designers do this. That's not really what I do here. The city has just been modified to support apes. Sort of like maybe some inside jokes to like Planet of the Apes, which is obviously what I'm going for here. I'm trying to hide it. Finally, he arrives to what appears to be the Central City news station. A large orangutan sitting in a chair says, "You're late, Bobo." Detective Chimp says, "Sorry, I slept through my alarm." The orangutan says, "Grodd called a meeting of all the high apes. I'll need your insights. Might be something juicy for the paper." Detective Chimp says, "All of them." The orangutan says, "That's correct." Detective Chimp says, "That's never happened before, right?" The orangutan says, "Once, when the last human died." Detective Chimp says, "Oh." His boss says, "It's bound to be something interesting. You're the detective. Get to the palace and get me a story. I've got you press passes." We're going to cut to Grodd's palace. It's a grand room filled with apes. In front of a crowd of all the crowds of apes, Grodd sits in a massive throne. It's inlaid with human skulls. We recognize the room as the Central City Theater. We see Detective Chimp in the crowd. He watches Grodd skeptically. Grodd stands from his throne. "Apes! I thank you for gathering." Grodd holds his hands out. "I found myself remembering the past. Remembering in Star Labs. How many apes remember what life was like before Grodd? We were locked in cages. We were slaves. I gave you freedom. I gave you minds better than any human." The audience goes wild with cheers. Grodd holds his hands up for silence. "Yesterday, our brave soldiers found something hiding in the jungles. Something I thought was gone for good. Humans!" Murmurs scatter through the audience of apes. We see Detective Chimp's eyes go wide. "I thought the last of them had gone, but a few seem to have survived like the rats they are. We will give them what they never gave us. A trial. Bring forth the humans." Two large gorillas drag Xanadu, Shade, and Element Woman onto the stage. They throw them to their knees. The audience of apes gasp and curse and spit at them. Grodd says, "Humans! What say you in your defense? What say you to justify your actions?" We see Shade preparing to do something. The shapes on his duster begin to move, but Xanadu gestures for him to calm down. She stands. "There seems to have been a misunderstanding. We have done nothing to your kind. We come from a world far from here, a universe alternative to your own. We didn't mean to end up here. We ask humbly if you could help us return to where we came from." Grodd says, "Help you? Humans didn't help apes when we suffered. Humans jeered us, mocked us, tortured and experimented on us. Why would I help you now? Grodd is king. Grodd made this world great again." Sorry, I couldn't help but make a reference to Make America Grodd Again. That was the closest I could get without losing myself in the sauce. Xanadu says, "You don't understand. We aren't from here." Suddenly Xanadu floats off the ground and is poured towards Grodd. "You think we do not understand? We're smarter than you humans ever gave us credit for. It was you who underestimated us." Xanadu is pulled up to Grodd. Grodd smiles, revealing his sharp gorilla teeth. They're so close to her head. "You humans should have stayed extinct." Grodd thrusts his hand out. Xanadu is thrown back to the ground. The crowd goes wild with cheers. Grodd stands, holding his hands up. "The humans have not changed. They still seek to control us, to take to hurt us. Take them back to the cells, and let it be known to all apes in New Gorilla City. Tomorrow, we execute the last of the humans. We're going to smash cut to Flatline and Mirror Master staring at John and Zatanna in the present. Flatline says, bullshit. Mirror Master says, Nakia. Flatline says, oh, I'm sorry. Horseshit and bullshit. Don't tell me you're buying this, Sam. Mirror Master says, we should hear them out. Flatline says, oh yeah, it'll be just like last time we heard him out. She points to Constantine. I doubt you forgot that day. Zatanna says, I don't know what you think is happening here, but we are telling you the truth. We've been marooned in your universe. Next thing I know, Green Arrow was trying to kill me. Thanks for saving us, by the way. Flatline says, I wasn't trying to save you. I was trying to kill Robin Hood in tights. Mirror Master says, how do you explain him? He points to Constantine. Magic? Jesus, Sam. You've seen the shit they used to do. Flatline says, what I want to know is how he's alive and why she isn't being a complete prick. Zatanna says, it's difficult to explain, but our universe couldn't be more different than this place. Mirror Master says, you're from an alternative reality. One where you're good and we're bad. Zatanna says, that's actually exactly it. How did you know? Mirror Master says, I've looked into worlds like that too often. I don't care why you're here, or how even. I think it could be a gift. Flatline says, oh, you are going for it. You're thinking of working with them. Constantine I'd consider, but her? Never her. Mirror Master says, would the two of you be kind enough to give me a moment alone with Flatline? Constantine says, I don't see why not. I got a ciggy with my name on it. I could use a smoke after all this. John and Zatanna both leave the room. Flatline says, I don't trust her. Mirror Master says, I know. Flatline says, I don't know how you can. After what her organization took from you, from me? Flatline looks off into the distance and then back at Mirror Master. We fell for this trick once before. How many times do I have to say it? Mirror Master sighs. I know. Nakia, can I show you something? Flatline shrugs. Why not? Mirror Master takes her over to the large reflective mirror in the center of the room. The two of them step into the mirror dimension. They're surrounded by shifting, fracturing, reflective mirrors. Mirror Master says, when you look, what do you see, Nakia? Flatline says, I'm mostly hurting people, killing them pointlessly. And a few I help. We see reflections all around her. And one we see she pulls Robin's heart out of his chest. A fun reference to her comic iteration in that one panel. Mirror Master says, then yours are better than mine. I'm always hurting someone or stealing something. I realized a long time ago I was alone in my kindness. We see Mirror Master's reflection surrounding him as well. In one he stands on top of a pile of money laughing. In another one we see him briefly battling the Flash. In one universe we see him breaking into a prison with a giant red star stamped onto the wall. Lastly, we see a universe where he and Golden Glider are robbing a bank together. Mirror Master says, I think I'm a fluke, Nakia. A single, kind version among a symphony of horror and destruction. In nearly every reflection, I see the people I hate the most, and they're kind. Saving lives, helping people for nothing. Hell, they're better at it than us. I believe those two are telling the truth. I think they could save us. But I won't do it without you, because we're a team. Flatline looks off to the side towards nothing and cocks her head. She slowly turns back and looks at Mirror Master. Fine. I'll hear them out. Mirror Master says, that's all I ask. We're going to cut to the shadow dimension. We see a decorated metal table with a large teapot set in the middle. It's in the middle of a field of flowers and grass. Only past all the flowers in the field, there's an endless moving, shifting darkness that coats everything. Sitting at the table, we see Dorothy Spinner. Across from her sits the Upside Down Man. Upside Down Man delicately picks up a teapot and pours Dorothy a glass, then does the same for himself. He says, I'm so glad you're back, Dorothy. I'm so glad you're back. I've missed you so much. I've waited for this for so long. Dorothy says, I'm not who you think I am. Upside Down Man says, but you are. You are the avatar of light. My opposite, my soulmate. You left me once, but you're back now. All is forgiven. It can be like it was. Dorothy says, I don't know you. Upside Down Man nods. No, I suppose you don't. Haven't you ever wondered why your imaginations come to life? You are God, Dorothy. You are creation and light incarnate in its most pure form, just as I am destruction and darkness made manifest. We complement each other, you see. You broke the balance for so long, but now that you're back, it can be just like how it used to be, light and dark, good and evil. You can make beautiful things that grow, and I can create the darkness that destroys. A perfect balance. Dorothy looks confused. I'm a god? Upside Down Man says, in your infancy, yes. At the dawn of the universe, there was light and there was dark. You and me. Opposites, yet the same. One only existing with the other. You created entire universes, and I destroyed them. It was perfect, and we had so much fun. Dorothy says, if what you're saying is true, then why don't I remember? Upside Down Man frowned. That's a question with a long answer. To put it simply, you went and created life. Something different than the imaginary friends we'd made before. These things spread independently of us and made decisions different than what we wanted. They spread like a plague. It was this life you made that caused the multiverse to explode out of control. After a couple thousand years of them all making their own little decisions, reality had begun to splinter. Soon, one world became any number of infinite Elseworlds. It really was a mess. But the worst of it was that you let yourself grow too attached to them. Then, you tried to leave me for them. I wouldn't let that happen. So I did what I always do. I tried to destroy them. All of them. So they could never take you away. Dorothy says, you tried to kill all life? Upside Down Man says, That is exactly what the old light said when she found out. She said her precious humans were different from the little balls of rock we'd made before. But they aren't. Her precious life is just something else for me to destroy. I know. Let's play, like we used to. Dorothy looks around nervously. We can see the shadows moving past the table, surrounding the quaint little field. The living shadow lurks just outside their view. There's no way for her to escape. She has to go along with this. How do I play? Upside Down Man says, well, that's easy. You just have to create something. Use your imagination. Make something. Dorothy says, it doesn't work like that. Upside Down Man says, oh, but it does. You just never understood the full extent of what you can do. Come on. You're a god, remember? Just imagine something. Close your mind and focus on it with all of your being. Dorothy closes her eyes tight. We can see that she's focusing. Then we hear a bird singing. She opens her eyes and we see a bizarre, brightly colored songbird dancing on the ground in front of Dorothy. Her eyes go wide. She said, I did it! Upside Down Man says, see, I told you. The little songbird looks at Dorothy. It sings a happy little song. Upside Down Man smiles. Now it's my turn. Suddenly the bird begins to twist into a bloody pulp. Its eyes bug out of its skull and it explodes into a mess of gore. Upside Down Man claps to himself with joy. That was great! Just like how it used to be. See? Isn't this just so fun? He laughs to himself with joy. The camera lingers on Dorothy as a horrified look grows across her face. Yeah, fun. We're gonna cut back to the Ape Earth, as I'm calling it. We see the Justice League Dark being thrown back into their cells. Xanadu says, admittedly, that could have gone better. Shade says, you think? Can we try the direct approach now? Xanadu says, not quite yet. I haven't worked out all the kinks with my magic. Even if we escape, we won't be able to escape this universe. I think I need time to think. Shade says, right. You have about 24 hours to figure it out before our heads roll. Literally. What do we do about her? We see Element Woman standing in the corner. Her head is in her hands. Xanadu says, let her be. Shade says, fine. Xanadu says, I'm going to seek counsel in the future. Please don't start a fight while I'm gone. Shade says, I won't. The camera focuses in on Xanadu as she tries to meditate. We see her eyes roll back into her head. Shade sighs. He glances over at Element Woman. Shade asks, "Do you at least have a name?" Element Woman says, "My mother called me Emily. Somehow I don't think that's really my name." Shade raises an eyebrow. Element Woman says, "How are you not panicking?" Shade says, "What do you mean?" Element Woman says, "God, can't you feel it? It's everywhere. He's coming." Shade says, "Who?" Element Woman says, "The Lord of the Shadows. He knows." Shade frowns and looks back to Xanadu. Her eyes are still white, in a vision. We're going to cut inside of Xanadu's vision. We see flashes of the same visions as before, an apocalyptic destruction of the metropolis we know and love. It's consumed by the living shadow as Zatanna and Constantine try to escape. They throw down a portal ring and just barely jump through in time. Xanadu yells, "How does it happen? Show me! I have to stop it!" Suddenly, she's dropped into a new scene. The place she's been to before that we know is the Shadow Dimension. Long pillars filled with darkness form a hall. At its end is a stone throne. We hear a voice echoing in the distance. It's Dorothy. "But perhaps they don't need to die. I will stay here with you if you spare them. It could be like how it was. That's what you want, right? Please." Xanadu turns around and we see Dorothy Spinner. She's talking to Upside Down Man. The strange, disgusting-looking ancient being rubs his chin as if in thought. "Do you really mean it? You told me we would be together forever last time, and then you left me for them. How could I ever trust that you won't do it again?" Dorothy says, I don't know, but you just gotta trust me. You can't destroy them." Upside Down Man says, "I don't... Wait, that's not right." Upside Down Man turns and stares right at Xanadu. "You shouldn't be here." Xanadu looks surprised. Upside Down Man points a finger at her, and she's thrown from her vision. We see her wake up back in the jail cell, panting. Xanadu says, "We have to get out of here. Something is coming." Shade says, "Xanadu, you've been out for 6 hours. They're going to execute us when the sun rises." Xanadu says, 6 hours? Shade says, "Yeah, in a coma." Xanadu says, "You don't understand what I saw. It's Dorothy. She's with something I've never seen before. It terrifies me." Element Woman says, "The Lord of Shadows." Xanadu looks at her. "How do you know that?" "I've been trying to tell you. He's coming." Shade says, "If he's coming, then we'll kill it and save Dorothy. But first, we have to get out of here." We hear a voice. "I can help with that." They all look up, and we see Detective Chimp standing in front of the prison cell. He's carrying a sword. He's carrying the sword from his house, and is drenched in blood. "I can get you out of New Gorilla City." We're going to cut to Inverse Earth. Constantine says, "So can you explain what in the bloody hell is going on in this world?" Your Master says, "I can try. In your world, we are the bad guys, and our Legion of Doom is your Justice League. I think you need to understand our enemy, what sort of people they are. Our version of Zatanna killed her own father at the age of 14. That was just the start of her crimes. She's hurt a lot of good people. She fought under Superman until he vanished with the rest of the Legion's founders. Zatanna says, they're dead. They died after invading our universe." Flatline says, "No shit. I wish I could have seen that." Zatanna says, "I think, technically you did." Flatline says, "You knew the other me? What am I like there?" Zatanna says, "No, I never knew you. Others on my team did though. But you died, saving the world. Or so they say." Zatanna looks to her left, then back at Zatanna. "So I was good in your world?" Mostly, I guess," Zatanna says. Constantine says, "God, if Z was that bad, then your version of me must have been a real prick." Your Master says, "No, far from it. You were a hero to us. You put your life down to save others." Constantine says, "Oh, but surely I must have done something wrong. Killed someone or murdered a baby or something." Your Master says, "You infiltrated the Legion. You lived among them for years, all to get us information. You feared for a time that what small darkness there was in you would grow to consume you. Your facade took its toll, but you never wavered. You never let that darkness consume you. In many ways, you were the bravest of us all. Constantine puts his hand in his head. Well, that's just fucking great. I was a real saint then. Mirror Master says, you were one of the best of us. That was until our Zatanna found out and took your life. Zatanna says, God, I did? We see Constantine take a step away from Zatanna. Zatanna gives him an eye. Constantine says, why? It's just in case. Flatline says, the truth is, we've been trying to find a way to kill them for ages. That hunt nearly wiped us out. But they're down to their B team now. The weakest they've ever been. The problem is, we just don't know how to stop them. But you fought alongside them. You must know their weaknesses. Zatanna says, well, I do, but I don't know. Flatline says, I'll just have to convince you. Sam, do you still have the Robin tape? Mirror Master says, yeah. Flatline says, get it. Mirror Master says, are you sure? Flatline says, it'll get the point across. Mirror Master sighs. He nods and walks off. He returns carrying a DVD. They put it into a video player, and we see rough home shot footage of Damian Wayne as Robin tied to a chair. His face is bloodied, and his uniform has several cuts in it. He struggles against his bindings. We see Nightwing step into view. He turns to face the camera. Nightwing says, this is a message for all those who remain of the Justice League. The Batman is dead. Superman killed him. You have no hope of success. We call for your surrender. If you do, you will be spared. You will be given a place of honor among the Legion. For those who foolishly choose not to join, I will demonstrate the consequences. He draws a sword and turns to Robin. Nightwing says, I offer you the same chance, Damian. Damian says, no. To hell with you. Nightwing says, so be it. Any final words? Damian says, how could you let them kill him? Nightwing says, the old bastard had it coming. Damian says, he loved you, Dick. Nightwing says, yeah, well, we all make mistakes. Nightwing beheads Damian with a sword. We see Mirror Master look away. Flatline doesn't. She stares at the footage but looks sick to her stomach. We can see the beheading reflected in her eyes. We see Superman float into the frame of the video. Superman says, this is your final warning. Your leader is dead. Join me or join him. The video flickers out. Constantine says, bloody hell. Zatanna says, yeah, bloody hell. Flatline says, you get it now? This is only one of a long list of the evil shit they've done. They deserve to pay, and you're the only ones who can help us do it. Zatanna says, okay, we'll help you, but I'll need something in exchange. Once it's done, we need to get back to our homeworld. We can't stay here. I fear something bad may be coming for all of us. Mirror Master says, done. I'll do whatever I can to get you home. We're going to go on the offensive. We'll have to rally everyone who's left. There will be a man among them who can help you. Constantine leans in and whispers into Zatanna's ears. Are you sure about this, Z? You're talking about killing the bloody Justice League. Zatanna says, they aren't the Justice League here. I'm sure. Besides, I don't think you should be making any decisions. You're the reason we're here. Constantine says, sorry I saved your bloody life. Next time I just won't. Zatanna says, you shouldn't have. We have to help them, John. It's right. Constantine says, fine. Just be careful. This whole world is backwards. Mirror Master says, it's been a long day. We'll rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll have you tell us everything you know about killing the Justice League. Alright, we're going to cut to the Shadow Dimension. We see Dorothy sitting behind the stone throne of Upside Down Man. She's crying. She looks in front of her and focuses. Sergeant Stuffy, I need you. She closes her eyes and continues to focus, but nothing happens. Then we hear a voice. Dorothy. Dorothy opens her eyes. Who? The voice says, up here. Dorothy looks up, and we see Dr. Mist's head on the spike just above the throne where Upside Down Man left it. His eyes open, and he looks down at her. Are you okay, child? Dorothy says, how? Dr. Mist says, I cannot die. I have been beheaded before. Get me down from here. I can help you. We have to get out of here. So, yeah, Dr. Mist is not dead. As per his powers, even though he's a decapitated head, he's still around and kicking. We're going to cut to Inverse Earth. We see Flatline sitting in her room alone. We can see a poster for a Japanese city pop band hanging on the walls. There's a couple of Polaroids of her and Chemo together. We can also see a punching bag that's been beaten to shit. We can see remnants of blood from her knuckles left on it. She flops onto her bed and looks off towards nothing. What do you think? Can we trust them? We hear a voice. I don't think we have much of a choice. Flatline says, yeah, that's what I was thinking. No more running from it. We do what needs to be done. The camera pans around to reveal a ghost. The ghost of Chemo. Our dead man. So I mentioned to people who've asked me that I was going to use Dead Man, but I said it wasn't going to be the usual version of Dead Man, that I was going to do something radically different. Our dead man is Chemo's ghost. Bear with me, I have a very specific arc in mind for this. Obviously, Flatline can communicate with him via her powers. Flatline says, do you want to practice some more? Chemo says, sure. Flatline sets a teddy bear on the table. She says, move it. She holds a finger to her head and focuses. We see the ghost work its way over to the teddy bear. Chemo tries to touch it, but his fingers pass right through it. He tries again and again. Finally, he touches it one more time. His fingers move it ever so slightly. We can see the arms of the bear move. Chemo says, that's progress. Flatline says, yeah, but it still gives me the worst headache. Chemo says, who would have thought that possessing people would be easier than moving a stuffed bear? Flatline says, you know, I've been thinking. I know you said that you want to move on once the Legion is destroyed. Go to the other side, I mean. But what if you didn't? What if we looked for a way to bring you back, or a way to make your possession permanent? Chemo says, look at me, Nakia. I don't belong here. Flatline says, yeah. It's like some kind of sick joke. I've got you right here, but even now I still can't touch you. I hate it. Chemo says, I know, Nakia, but you're gonna be alright when the time comes. Even without me. Flatline nods. I will be. Once I put my fist through Supergirl's heart. Chemo says, now that's something I want to stay to see. Alright, that's the end of part 1. So I revealed a couple of things I've been keeping under wraps here, so hopefully y'all enjoyed this. I'm going to cut to the outro now.
Oh, thank God I got that out on time. That was tight, man. I was about to get fired again, which sucks. So I've been Bjorn. Welcome. This has been my room. If you're looking for something else to watch, Thunderbolts right here. More superhero cape shit. And I don't know, advanced screening adventures up here somewhere. Go watch that. I'm doing a new one tonight. It's Planet of the Apes. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Mr. Zazzaloff, I mean, I don't know what more you want me to do, man. I'm homeless. I am living on the streets. Yes, I got rid of Shark Tale 2. Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars again as a response, which that's a crazy thing to have happened in response to Shark Tale 2, but it's what happened. I don't know what more you want me to do, right? I want to get this Justice League Dark sequel made, alright? It's a sequel, people love those. I know Blue Beetle flopped, alright? I get it. The DC movies are not doing great. Understand. Are you sure, sir? No, I mean, I know Hunger Games did it, and Harry Potter, yeah, and Twilight, yeah, those all have one thing in common. You want me to divide the second act into 2 parts and release them separately? I mean, if that's what you want, Mr. Zaffel, that's what's going to save us money. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Yeah, that's going to happen. Yes, I'm living in a cardboard box in the streets. Yeah. All right. Bye-bye. Dude, that's Zaslav's guy. I mean, what's his deal? How do you say his name right? I don't know. I'm living homeless on the streets now, not a green screen. We're really homeless. And I guess now I'm dividing the second act into 2 parts. We've never done that before. So, I guess here's part 1.
We're going to open on Dorothy inside the Shadow Realm. She's in her room, staring at Dr. Mist's head. He looks up at her. She asks, how did you get like this? Dr. Mist says, it's not a very interesting story. Dorothy says, tell me anyway. Dr. Mist says, fine. A long time ago, I used to be a king. I ruled an African kingdom called Kor. I wasn't a good king in those days, more like a tyrant, cruel and vain. One night, a great flash of light split the sky above my kingdom, and a strange mist cloud fell upon the lands north of my city. I may have been vain, but I was no coward. I rode to investigate myself, and as I stepped into those glowing mists, I found nothing. I fought to escape them until I was finally free. I returned home and found that I'd been inside that mist for over 10 years. My own people had long thought me dead. And from that day on, I did not age. I could not be harmed or die. I was immortal, truly immortal. Something in that mist changed me. Aren't you curious about what it was? Dorothy asks. I was for a time. I could find nothing, nothing at all. It was like it had never happened to anyone else before or after me. I could find no record of the mist ever appearing to anyone else. I don't know what it was, and I don't think I ever will. All I know is that something in that mist made me a better man. It changed my outlook on life. Dorothy says, maybe we should look again, when we get back. I think it sounds like a fun mystery to solve. Dr. Mist smiles fondly. If you say so. But I don't think there's an answer to that mystery, Dorothy. Some things are just unknowable. Dorothy says, that stinks, though. Dr. Mist laughs. He says, it does. But we have more important things to worry about. The thing that rules this place will notice that I am gone. He often gloats to me. It will come here looking for me. Dorothy asks, what do I do? I don't know how to handle him. It thinks I'm its friend and God. I don't know how to be that someone it thinks I am. Dr. Mist says, that is to our advantage. We're going to tell him what he wants to hear. Here's what you'll do. We're going to cut to a large mansion. We see Mirror Master exit from a still pool of water in a koi pond. He's in a fancy garden with a large mansion overlooking it. Quickly, Constantine, Zatanna, and Flatline follow him out from the mirror dimension. Mirror Master turns to Constantine and Zatanna. You two say nothing. This is going to be delicate. It's personal between him and your other selves. Only talk if I tell you to, or if he asks you a question directly. Don't try anything clever either. I promise. He's smarter than either of you. Constantine says, whatever you say, mate. We see them walk up to the front doors of the mansion. Mirror Master knocks on the door. We can hear the knocking echoing through the largely empty building. Eventually, we hear a pair of footsteps approaching the door. The doors open up to reveal Lex Luthor. He has a large scar running down part of his face, much like Flatline, and he's missing half of his left ear. Mirror Master says, Lex? Lex Luthor says, Sam, why are you here? Mirror Master says, you know I wouldn't bother you unless it was important. Something's changed, Lex. Something big. Lex Luthor says, and what's that? Mirror Master says, I found a way to kill the Legion of Doom. Lex says, I've been down that road one too many times. Mirror Master says, just hear me out, for old time's sake. Lex Luthor sighs. Fine. Just for old time's sake. What do you have? Mirror Master steps aside and lets Lex Luthor see Constantine and Zatanna. Lex immediately reaches into his suit and pulls out a pistol. Lex says, what the fuck is she doing here? Mirror Master quickly pushes the gun aside. It's not what you think. Look at who she's with. Lex's eyes narrow on Constantine. How? No, it's a trick. One of her spells. Mirror Master says, Lex, it's no spell. They're not from our world. She's not our Zatanna. Lex looks confused. Multiverses. Fine, come in. They all walk into the building. Flatline looks at the side, where we see Chemo's ghost floating. Flatline says, this is going to end badly. Chemo says, can't be worse than last time. Flatline snorts. That's probably true. We're gonna hard cut to all of them sitting at a table. We can see the Justice League symbol carved into it. They're in a proto-version of the Hall of Justice. Lex Luthor says, "It's a hard pill to swallow. How could you possibly trust this, Sam? Last time we followed them, half of us wound up dead." Mirror Master says, "This isn't like last time. You're the smartest guy I know, Lex. I need you for this. With what they know, you can do it. I know you can." Lex Luthor's eyes shift to Flatline. "Do you agree with him on this? Do you trust them?" Flatline says, "I don't know if I trust them, but I think they're telling the truth. If this Zatanna was trying to trick us, she wouldn't have made this John such an asshole. She would have made him more like a Trojan horse." Constantine says, "That's rude." Flatline says, "So what? It's true." Lex Luthor says, "So, tell me, since you two fought alongside them in your world, how do we kill the Legion of Doom here?" Zatanna says, "From what Mirror Masters told me, your lineup is a little different than mine, but the idea is the same. For the Kryptonium, you'll need..." Lex Luthor cuts her off. "Kryptonite, I know." Zatanna says, "Right. Cyborg is pretty easy. He's weak to EMPs. They won't take him down permanently, but they can put his biotech into a shutdown phase. It'll take him about a minute to reboot and get back online. That's your window to kill him." Lex Luthor says, "We've tried EMPs on him before. Didn't work." Zatanna says, "It has to be point blank. He's going to be near the center of the detonation. He's got to be near the center of the detonation." Lex Luthor says, "Right. What about the Lantern?" Zatanna says, "Beating the Green Lantern is easy. His weakness is the color yellow." Everyone falls silent. Even Constantine looks at her funny. "Are you fucking serious?" Zatanna says, "Yes, the color yellow is tied to fear and the yellow rings. Even being near one drains the power of a green ring." Lex says, "The color yellow. How did we never figure that out?" Flatline shrugs. "Don't look at me. He wasn't one of mine." Zatanna says, "Luckily for you, you don't seem to have a flash anymore. To be honest, I don't think that guy can be killed. You have a Martian Manhunter. All you need for him is fire. Martians are weak to it. It can destroy him easily. You mentioned Aquaman. He's pretty powerful. I've got nothing for him." Lex Luthor says, "Aquaman vanished into the Atlantic about 4 months ago. No one's seen him since. My guess is he's decided to give up on the surface world. I don't think we need a plan for Nightwing either. He's only human, after all." Flatline says, "I'll take him. I owe him a blood debt. It's about time I collect." Mirror Master says, "Right. We have to address Black Canary as well. He could present a problem. She's been on the warpath since Flatline killed Green Arrow, trying to turn over every loose stone till she finds us. She's out for blood." Zatanna says, "As far as I know, she doesn't have any obvious weakness." Lex Luthor says, "I can help there. I actually have something that might just help us dispatch her." Zatanna says, "Perfect. I think that's about it. Killing them won't be easy, but I think it's possible." Lex Luthor says, "You are forgetting one. Our Zatanna, your opposite." Zatanna says, "I didn't forget about her. Leave her to me and John. The only way to stop a magician of her skill is another. We'll take her down. We both have experience dealing with rogue mages." Mirror Master says, Not to keep harping on, but we have another problem. Kryptonite. We'll need it if we want to take down Supergirl." Lex says, "Actually, I'm ahead of you on that. Follow me." He leads the group through the building into a lab. There he picks up a small scalpel from a table. He flips it up into the air and catches it by the blade. He leads them into a large metal door. He punches in a code and the door hisses open. Inside, we see Firestorm chained to a wall. Strange orange and green lights are affixed to the ceiling, alternating in flashing color. We can hear the humming of some sort of machinery. Lex tosses the knife to Firestorm. He says, "Kryptonite." Firestorm looks up with hate in his eyes. Lex presses a button and we can see Firestorm get electrocuted. He falls back to his knees. Lex slowly lowers the lights in the room. The flashing ceases. Firestorm squeezes his hands over the small knife, and we see a flash of his power. He tosses the knife across the floor in front of Lex. It's now made of kryptonite. He picks it up and smiles. He slides the lights back on, and then presses a button, shutting the door. Lex says, "Here's your kryptonite." Flatline says, "That was Firestorm. How the fuck did you catch him?" Lex says, "I haven't just been sitting around doing nothing, Nakia. I've been preparing. Firestorm was arrogant. He underestimated me and he fell right into my trap. He's mine now." Mirror Master says, "You keep him in a cell like that. It's inhumane. It's not like you, Lex. We're better than that." Lex says, "I am what they made me, Sam. I play by their rules now. If we're going to do this, we're going to need some help." Mirror Master says, "I know. I think it's time we call the Justice League out of retirement." We're going to cut to the prison cell in Gorilla City. We see Detective Chimp having just walked up with his bloody sword, and we pick up right where we left off. Shade looks up skeptically at Detective Chimp. "How do we know this isn't a trap?" Detective Chimp says, "Believe me, I have no loyalties to Grodd. These people are animals. Literally. I won't see the last of the humans executed. I'm going to get you out. But you have to follow me." Xanadu looks at him and then says, "He speaks the truth." Shade says, "You're kidding." Detective Chimp opens their cell door with a key. Detective Chimp says, "Question me all you want later. It's now or never." We see the Justice League Dark get up and follow him. They recover their stolen equipment from a lockup near the cell door. We can see that even Element Woman is tagging along behind them. They begin to move through the prison. We can see other apes locked in cells. Some look out with sadness. Others make loud noises or cry for help. The Justice League Dark turns a corner following Detective Chimp and comes face to face with 3 armed gorilla prison guards. Detective Chimp looks terrified. "These are the Royal Guards! Shit!" The guards see them and smile sinisterly, showing their large gorilla teeth. They say, "Grodd told me someone would try something like this. He said to be on guard. It seems fitting it's you, Detective. You always were a filthy human lover, zoo monkey. You ought to know your place." The other apes behind him cackle with laughter. Xanadu steps forward. "I don't suppose there's anything I can do to make you stand down." The guard says, "No one gave you permission to speak, human." Xanadu says, "I'll take that as a no. My magic may be weak here, but it can kill you all the same. Just remember I gave you a way out." The gorilla guard says, "Seize them!" We hear Brass Monkey by the Beastie Boys begin to play. 2 apes lift their machine guns to fire. Element Woman slams her foot into the ground, and a large stone pillar rises between the 2 apes. She flicks her wrists out, and sharpened stone beams grow out of the sides of it, like a T. They impale the apes through their skull. Their bodies spasm as blood runs down the side of their face. 3 more apes rush in, and they're greeted by Grodd. Grodd says, "You failed me." The guards look confused. "No, Lord, we..." Suddenly Shade bursts through Grodd, an illusion cast by the Madness Vest. His hands glow with color, and he throws 2 discs that slice the 2 guards in half. Blood sprays across Shade's body. The last guard tries to punch Shade, but he dodges by bouncing off the wall, pulling Katana's sword out. He impales it into the gorilla's chest. We can see a ghastly blue soul being pulled from the ape's body into the sword. Shade pulls the katana free, and it drips with blood. Detective Chimp says, "Magic sword. I've got one of those too." He lightly holds up his own sword, then swings it, taking the head off of an ape attacking from behind. Its body turns to dark ash. 2 chimpanzees turn the corner and start firing their machine gun. The Madness Vest forms a shield and blocks some of the bullets. Element Woman twitches her hand. The blood from the ape's Shade killed earlier moves up and forms into blades. They split the 2 chimpanzees right down the middle. Element Woman holds her hand to her head. That took effort. Finally, we see one giant guard. He's a giant gorilla marked with Grodd's own personal seal. It's burned into his chest. This is Grodd's personal guard. He lets out a roar and begins to gallop towards the group. Xanadu forms rooms in the air quickly with her fingers. She focuses, and the ape's head explodes. Its body falls right into the ground in a heap in front of her. The song Brass Monkeys stops as we get a look at the bloodbath. Detective Chimp says, "This is not good. The whole city will be looking for us now. We gotta move quickly before someone finds these bodies." We're gonna cut to the Justice League Dark following Detective Chimp through a jungle. We can see the city rising behind them in the distance. Finally, they reach a large building, covered in thick jungle foliage. We can see the Star Labs logo attached to the side of the building. Detective Chimp makes his way to its large door and knocks. It quickly opens, and we see another ape, and a large robot with a human brain floating in a jar on top. Mala says, "You're late. We were worried you'd been caught." Detective Chimp says, "There was a holdup. It didn't go as smoothly as I hoped." Shade looks untrustworthy at this new pair, always skeptical. Detective Chimp says, "These two are uniquely sympathetic to the human cause. Seems to be just me and them left who still remember the good humans used to do." The brain says, "I might not look like it now, but I was once human too," in like a robotic voice. Mala says, "They would have killed him if they'd found him. Rod is wrong about mankind. I would not like to see him kill anymore." "We will help you escape from this world." We see them moving through the empty halls of Star Labs. Brain says, "The Ape Revolution destroyed much here. This was the birthplace of Grodd, the place where he was experimented upon. They wreaked havoc on it in retaliation." Mala says, "We repaired what we could, one by one, trying to get the marvels of science back to what they once were." Brain says, "The device that can help you is one of our more recent repairs. It was a project Professor Cutler was working on before he was killed by the revolt. It is a gateway to another world. Any world, specifically." They enter a large chest chamber. Fitted in the center of the room, we can see a large metal circular gateway. It's a portal machine from Suicide Squad 3. The same one Calculator made. The brain says, "It will take a couple of hours for us to get this machine booted up and calibrated. 4 hours, maybe." Xanadu says, "We can wait." We're gonna cut to Dorothy's room. We see Dorothy staring at her teddy bear. She says, "Wake up. I need you. Come back." Again, nothing happens. Suddenly, the door is burst open, and we see Upside Down Man standing there surrounded by shadows. They linger off him like tentacles, searching around the room. He looks enraged. "Did you think I wouldn't notice that you took Dr. Mist's head? You're still caught up in your foolish loyalties, just like the light I remember. I have to do now what I should have done then. These humans have to be exterminated." Dorothy turns her eyes towards Mist's head. He gives her a slight nod, telling her she can do it. Dorothy stands up straight. "You misunderstood me. I care for these things I created. But it's more like he's my pet. A little thing I keep around. They're insects beneath me, and I am fond of them." Upside Down Man's rage quickly turns to surprise as he listens to Dorothy's rehearsed lines. Then, his face turns to jubilation. He says, "I see. You truly have remembered yourself. A pet. Yes. I keep one myself, although it's not a human. These things are far too disgusting for me. Still, I understand the sentiment." Dorothy says, "After some meditation, I have remembered who I was. I can see that my old self was an idiot. She wasn't grateful for what she had. I want things to go back to the way they were. Forget about the humans. They're beneath us gods." Upside Down Man's smile grows even larger. It's crescent and upside down, almost looking like he's displeased, but it's clear that he's not. He says, "Yes, finally you understand." Dorothy says, "There's one thing I want from you." Upside Down Man says, "Simply speak it, my light." Dorothy says, "I want you to fix my pet. You broke him, and I don't like broken things. I like beautiful things, and this wasn't part of our game." Upside Down Man says, Oh, is that all? He holds his hands out, and the living shadow begins to coalesce in it. Slowly, its tendrils begin to grow back into the hall beyond, and after a moment, it begins to bring bloody body pieces. They bind together to make Mist's body, placing him together piece by piece. Then the living shadow snatches his head and places it on top of the body. We can see the seams of the body begin to heal, as Mist takes a deep breath and falls to his knees. Dorothy looks surprised. Their plan actually worked. She was able to manipulate this thing. She says, "Thank you. Now you leave me. I have to create things. Tonight, I'll let you destroy them. Just like how it used to be." Upside Down Man is extremely giddy with excitement. He literally can't contain his smile. He excitedly speaks like a child. "Perfect! I'll look forward to it, and I'll prepare something truly dreadful. You'll be so impressed, just like the old times." He quickly leaves the room, having the living shadow shut the door behind him, and Dorothy falls to her knees, breathing heavily. She says, "Oh, I'm gonna be sick. That was the scariest thing I've ever done." Dr. Mist says, still looking at his new body, "You did well, Dorothy. Very well." Dorothy says, "Mist, we can't stay here. He's gonna see right through me. I'm not who he thinks I am, and when he figures that out, we'll die." Dr. Mist says, "We're going to get out of here. You just need to keep him happy and distracted for a few more days. I have a plan. When I was in his room, I saw something useful. Something that can get us out." We're gonna cut to Lex Luthor's mansion. We see Constantine and Zatanna inside a nice, well-decorated room. Constantine says, "I don't like it. They left us with this Lex Luthor to go recruit people." Zatanna said, "They're going to recruit someone, and he wants to keep an eye on us. He doesn't trust us yet. It's not a big deal." Constantine says, "I get that, but I don't have to like it. They didn't even tell us where they were going." Zatanna says, "To recruit another member." Constantine says, "Yeah, I got that, but where? We don't know, and I don't think we can trust this guy." Zatanna says, "John, there's more important things at play. We haven't talked yet." Constantine says, "About what?" Zatanna says, "Don't play dumb. About the spear. About what you did." Constantine says, "There's nothing to cock about. I made my choice, and I'd bloody well do it again." Zatanna says, "That's what frightens me, John." John says, "Everyone in my life just left me in one way or another. My parents died. It wasn't their fault. But still, Nicky left me when I wasn't of use to him anymore. It was probably for the best, but it hurt. The point is, Z, everyone in my life has left me except for you. It was me who left you. I didn't see it then, but I do now. You wouldn't have left me ever. You're not like that. So when I saw that knife go into your throat, I didn't think twice. Not her. I won't lose you too. It was probably selfish, but I'm bloody tired of taking one for the team. Feels like I've been doing it too much." Zatanna says, "John, you know what was at stake. I don't want to be the thing that stands in the way of saving the world. I love you. I always have. And I know you feel the same, but I don't want you saving me if it risks everything." John says, "If it were me, Z, who got killed like that, would you have done the same thing?" Zatanna shakes her head. "I don't know, John. I'd like to think I wouldn't. You know how much I care for you, but there are greater things than us. Xanity's visions show disaster, the end of everything. She thinks it can be stopped, and we can't let ourselves be the thing that stands in the way of that." John says, "To tell you the truth, Z, I don't give a bloody fuck about the world. It didn't do anything for me. You did. I think I've got my priorities in perfect order. I'll save the world, but not if I lose you. I can't do that." Zatanna says, "Sometimes life doesn't give us choices, John." John says, "Why are you talking like this? Like you're going to die?" Zatanna says, "I don't know what we're up against. I'm just preparing for the worst." John says, "Come here." He pulls her into a hug. He whispers, "It's gonna be alright, Z. It always is. We're two tough bastards. If the end of the bloody world thinks it's got an easy fight, it'll get a good kick in the ass. Hell spat me out once, and it'll do it again." We're gonna cut to Flatline and Mirror Master standing in the middle of a shopping center. They both look up. Mirror Master says, "He's hardly subtle." Flatline says, "He never has been. I think you should wait out here at first. Let me break the ice. He always liked me better." The camera pans around, and we get the reveal of a store. It says Sportsmaster's Sporting Goods. Mirror Master says, "Fine by me." Flatline enters the store. She approaches the front counter where we see Sportsmaster doing inventory and counting cash. Flatline says, "Don't you think the name is a little on the nose?" Sportsmaster smiles broadly when he sees her. "I figure it's like hiding in plain sight. Why would they even check? I'd be stupid to set up here." "It's good to see you, Nakia." Flatline says, "Likewise. It's been too long." Sportsmaster says, "I was sorry when I heard about Matthew. I didn't know where to find you to send my condolences. I know what he meant to you." Flatline says, "Yeah, we knew the risk we were taking, but I'm going to pay them back for what they did to him. I promise you that." Sportsmaster says, "Yeah, kid. I wish that helped. It doesn't. Trust me. I know from first-hand experience. Don't count on it." Flatline's eyes shift around, looking for any way to change the subject. They fall onto a picture of a teenage girl holding a bow and a trophy. Flatline says, "Is that Artemis?" Sportsmaster says, "Sure is. State champ, can you believe that?" Flatline says, "Chip off the old block, huh?" Sportsmaster says, "God, I hope not. Think of how much trouble she'll be." Flatline says, "I can imagine." Suddenly, Mirror Master enters the store, ringing the bell. Sportsmaster looks up and notices him, and then sighs. "So this isn't just a visit for an old friend." Flatline shakes her head. "No, I'm afraid not." Sportsmaster says, "Oh, well. Mirror Master, been a minute." Mirror Master says, "It has." Sportsmaster says, "So what is it you two really want?" Flatline says, "You. We want you to come back." Sportsmaster says, "Why? I'm out, Nakia. I got free." Mirror Master says, "We know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't something important. Something's changed, Croc. Something big." Sportsmaster says, "You're going after the Legion again." Mirror Master says, "We are, but it's different this time. We got their weaknesses. We know how to get rid of them now." Sportsmaster says, "It's always different, Sam. I can't help you. Not with this." Flatline says, "Don't you want revenge after what they took from you?" Sportsmaster says, "I went down that road once already. I've seen where it ends. Trust me, you're not going to find what you're looking for there. I've got a really good thing going here. I've got a kid. I can't do the superhero thing anymore. I'd put her in too much danger. I'm sorry, Nakia, but I can't do this." Flatline says, "So am I, but I understand. Good luck. I'll be rooting for you." Flatline says, "We're not going to need it." She turns to leave. The Sportsmaster stops her. "Hey, just one more thing. The Lantern. What was his weakness?" Flatline smiles. She turns. "You're not going to fucking believe this. It was the color yellow. Literally, the color." Sportsmaster laughs. "Oh shit. No wonder he always hated tennis balls. I always just thought he was fucking with me." Flatline says, "Nah, it actually hurts him. I'm just wondering how he takes a piss." Sportsmaster starts laughing again. Painfully, I'd guess. We're gonna cut back to Star Labs. We see Element Woman in Shade sitting inside of the large super collider. It's abandoned and fallen to disrepair. You can see vines growing inside of it. Suddenly, Element Woman goes into a fit. She begins to spasm and says, he knows, he's coming, too late, he's coming, he'll end it all." Suddenly, we see Shade's madness vest drape over her shoulders. Its shapes begin to move, and her eyes become sane again. She looks at him with tears in her eyes. Shade grabs her shoulders and starts to shake sense into her. He says, "You're gonna be alright." Element Woman says, "It's been so long. I can see clearly. That shadow that follows me, I don't see it anymore." She pulls Shade in and kisses him. Shade looks surprised by the action. Element Woman says, "Thank you. You should take this back." Shade says, "I still have a few moments before my own symptoms come back. You use it. I know what it's like to live without it." "I'm amazed you're able to withstand it like you do." Element Woman says, I got used to the eyes from other places always watching me, and that thing I know is always growing closer. After a while, it stops being scary. Shade says, whenever you have a fit, you talk about something that's coming. What is it? Element Woman says, I don't know exactly. I just see fragments of him in my mind. He sits on a throne of stone, commands the shadows like they're alive. Those shadows that watch me, he sends them. He's from some upside-down place, and somehow I know he's coming. Shade says, you're talking about a living shadow. Element Woman says, yes, exactly, that's it. Suddenly, Nightshade's rotting corpse slips into view. She whispers into Shade's ear, you heard her. I'm coming back. You could never escape me. Even Xanadu knew it. Shade says, shut up. You're dead. Nightshade says, am I? The living shadow will consume everything, and we'll be together again. She drags her rotting nails across his face, leaving bloody scratches. You started all of this. You knew what you did. It was you. You're going to be the cause of all their deaths, and I'll... Suddenly the madness vest slips back over his shoulders, and Nightshade vanishes. The cuts on his face vanish too. Element Woman says, I think you need this more than I do. You were changing. For a second there you took the form of my father. Shade says, sorry. When the vest leaves me, I have no control over the illusions, yet they linger for some time. Element Woman says, we got dealt a bad hand, huh? Shade says, I suppose so. Element Woman says, I used to hate my life. I didn't want the power I was born with. I hated the whispering in the eyes. Now I find them almost comfortable, like an old friend. It's strange, I know. Shade says, no, I get it. Element Woman says, you're the first person who ever told me that I believed. Xanadu enters the room. It's time. We're going to cut to the portal room. We can see wires now running to the portal. It's sparking with electricity. The brain and Mala move from control station to control station. They flip switches and change inputs. The brain says, we lost all of the Elseworld mapping when the apes took over, so it's going to be a blind jump. We can't say what sort of world you'll find on the other end of that portal. We see Shade still covered in the blood of the ape guards. I can't imagine it'll be much more inhospitable for humans than this world. The brain looks at him. You'd be surprised. Detective Chimp says, they won't survive this world long. Grodd's out for blood. They'll have all of New Gorilla City looking for them. Xanadu says, he's right. We don't have a choice. We'll have to take the chance. We'll make the blind jump. The brain says, very well. Mala, throw the switch. We see the gorilla walk to a large metal switch. The computer in front of him begins to light up after he throws it. We can hear humming from the metal portal construct. Mala says, jump coordinates coming in. 7, 3, 4, 10, 9, 7, 6. The brain says, a portal sequence is locked. Portal stabilizing. We see the portal open. It flickers momentarily, then stabilizes vertical. The brain says, I don't know how long it'll stay open. This technology was always faulty. You have to make the jump. Xanadu jumps into the portal without hesitation. She's followed by Element Woman. Shade jumps in next, leaving only Detective Chimp behind. He turns to Mala and the brain. Are you two going to be alright? Mala says, We were okay before you found us, Boba. We'll be fine after. Go. Find your freedom. Find the humans. Detective Chimp says, thank you. Mala says, you're welcome, and good luck. Detective Chimp, sword in hand, nervously steps through the portal. We see a flash of light, then he's face first in the desert. He looks up, and we see the very top of the Daily Planet sticking out of the sand. We can see a couple of its broken window panes above the sand. We see Xanadu take a step towards the Daily Planet, and we hear a crunch. She looks down, and we see a human skull. Detective Chimp looks around him, and we can see skulls everywhere. He says, shit. Skulls everywhere. Xanadu carefully bends down and picks up a cracked skull. She mumbles an incantation to herself, and her eyes go white. We are plummeted into a vision. We hear disembodied voices. Madness. Madness. I'm infected. I can feel it. It's funny, isn't it? I'm going to lose my mind. Laughter begins to echo around her. Makes me laugh. She's dropped from the darkness into a filthy warehouse. We can see lots of Joker paraphernalia all around the walls, graffiti of ha 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 written all around. We can hear the Joker's laughter echoing through the building. The sounds of footsteps echo too. The Batman emerges from the shadows. He's wearing some sort of gas mask over his mask. His eyes are furious. Joker dances into view. He laughs again. Batman says, "Joker, what did you do?" I'm going to try my best to do my Batman and Joker impersonations the whole time. The Joker says, "Isn't it great, Batman? I didn't know why I didn't think of it sooner. One kidnapped scientist is all it took. Who knew it was so easy?" He breaks down into laughter again. Batman picks him up by his collar and throws him into a wall. "What did you do?" Joker says, "I made a disease, Batman. I took the flu and I altered it. I made it more viral so it spreads like a really, really funny joke." Batman says, "What does it do to people?" The Joker says, "It attacks the brain, rewires it." He breaks down into laughter again, then continues through the laughter. "It makes you insane. Really batshit. And soon, everyone will be just as crazy as me." Batman holds his hand to his head, and we see flashes of madness in his eyes. He's infected. Batman says, "Do you know what you've done?" The Joker says, "Of course I do. I always do. It's getting to you, isn't it? Just you wait, Batman. You're gonna love it. Everyone is." We see flashes of the world going crazy. People fighting and killing each other in the streets, blood running from them. Nuclear bombs explode, cities reduced to deserts. Roving gangs of madmen in Mad Max-esque outfits. We see a young woman running through the sand. A truck in spikes bearing a lightning bolt symbol runs her down. We see her broken body fall to the ground. We see a time-lapse of it rotting until it turns to a skeleton. That very skull Madame Xanadu is holding. This is a DC universe turned insane. So yeah, when I promised the multiverse of madness, I meant that literally. I don't know why you guys didn't pick up on that, but I was literal. Xanadu is thrown from her vision. She's back in the sandy desert that was once Metropolis. The skull still clutched in her hands. She lets it fall to the sand where it joins several others. She says, "Oh gods." We hear a voice. "You. Are you sane?" The entire voice looks up, and we see a man in a tattered cloak and hood. Beneath it, we can see the outlines of a blue outfit. Xanadu says, We aren't from around here, though." The cloaked man says, "I got that. I watched you just appear. Magic, I guess. I've seen something like it before. You better come with me, quickly, before someone spots us." Shade looks to Xanadu. Xanadu shakes her head. "We follow him." Shade nods. Detective Shimp says, "What's going on here?" Looks at the talking monkey, does a double take, and then just shrugs. He's used to stuff like this. He says, "Madness, talking monkey. It's taken most of us. I lead what remains. Only those lucky enough to be immune to the virus." Xanadu says, "I see. And just who are you?" The man pulls back his hood to reveal his face. He's an older man, maybe 60, with an unkempt white beard and graying hair. The cloaked man says, "My name's Ted Cord. I used to be something of a superhero. Maybe you've heard of me. I was the Blue Beetle." They all look back and forth at each other. They shake their heads. Xanadu says, "No, I haven't. I'm sorry." Ted Cord says, "Oh, don't worry about it. I wasn't on any of the major teams. I mostly flew under the radar. Literally sometimes." He laughs to himself as if he said something funny. The group approaches the back of the Daily Planet. Ted clicks on a metal sheet and pulls it away, revealing a passageway. We can see they've dug the sand out of the inside of the Daily Planet. It's now a hollow secret base buried beneath the sand. Ted Cord says, "We'll be safe here. The maniacs that rule the surface don't like going underground, nor do they know we're here." They enter that sandy Daily Planet one by one, and then the camera pulls back. We see a single scout laying flat against the sandy dune. He's got a pair of binoculars. He licks his lips as he watches them enter the building. He begins to run down the side of the dune. We can see a lightning bolt symbol on his breastplate, on a breastplate made of trash. He reaches his motorcycle, which is rusted and clunky, and zooms off into the desert. We follow him as he rides through endless sandless dunes. We see some ruins of buildings occasionally rising from the sand. The score picks up in its intensity and a metallic sort of sound as he approaches a shanty tent town. He parks the motorcycle and then moves through the town. We can see more Thunderbolt symbols everywhere. Crazy men dressed in ridiculous outfits fill the camp. We can see them working on cars. They have some sort of Tesla coils sticking out of their sides. Each of them are covered in spikes or improvised armor plating. The scout approaches the largest tent near the back of the city. It's huge. 2 guards stop him at the door. The scout says, "I need to see the king." The guard says, "He isn't seeing anyone." The scout says, "He'll want to see me. I found them. Found the Sanies." The guards look at each other, then step aside. The scout enters the tent. The inside is massive and decorated with all sorts of random crap. Tattered banners bearing a lightning bolts hang from the ceiling. At the end of the room is a massive throne made from welded scrap metal. Sitting upon it is the Flash, specifically Kid Flash Wally West. We can see half-naked women fawning over him. Flash looks angry. "What's the meaning of this? Why have you entered my tent?" The scout falls to his knees. "My lord, I have found them. I found the Sanies." The King Flash looks surprised, then excited. "What, you're sure?" The scout says, "I saw them with my own eyes. Ted Cord himself." The King Flash laughs. King Flash says, "Good news indeed. Tell everyone, we ride to war and fresh blood for the mines." The scout bows and then runs away with a smile on his face. We see a deep, bloodthirsty smile grow across Flash's face. We see a lightning of the Speed Force begin to build around him. He's ready for war. And that's where we're going to end part 1 of second act. So, yeah. We're doing Mad Max, baby. How about that? I don't think anyone had Mad Max DC on their bingo list. I did. Also, some other stuff is going on. Sportsmaster. Yes, I did that. We're bringing him back. So if y'all enjoy that character from my Suicide Squad shit, that's happening. Alright, I'm going to go into the outro now.
Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Thank you for bearing with me as I divide this into 2 parts. And basically, I realized that this was going to be so long that if I were to combine this into one second act, it would have been like an hour and 45 minutes. Frankly, that's too long for one video, so I was just like, divide it in 2 parts. Done. So, thank you for bearing with me through that. Thank you for watching all the way through the video. Let me know what you liked about the episode. What did you hate about the episode? What's going to happen next? Let me know in the comments below. And like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're looking for something else to watch, random crap is appearing all over. Oh my god, it's everywhere. It's everywhere! We're out of control! Alright, I'll see you on the next. Look, Mr. Zavlov, okay, we cannot cut any more budget. Yeah, we divided it into 2 parts, but you cut half my staff, man. You cut my editor, you cut all the writers, my ghost writers that I used to pretend like I'm talented. You cut them all, man. And now I don't even have a green screen anymore. How am I supposed to convince people of all these outlandish plot lines I've conceived in my amazing gigabrain? No, that's all. No more budget cuts. I divided the damn thing into 2 parts, and you still fired 3/4 of my writing staff. How am I supposed to turn out a hit blockbuster like Justice League Dart Act 2, Part 2 on these conditions? Fine, yes, no, it's finished. Yes, very late, but it's finished. Just play it? No interlude? We can't even afford an introduction. We cannot afford an introduction. Fine, you know what? Cut the budget. Screw it, alright? Why don't you just go ahead and make this whole thing a tax write-off? No, sir, don't do that, please. No, we're playing it. There's no time to tax write it off. Bye. Alright, let's just get into this thing before he writes this whole thing off as a tax reduction.
We're going to open on Grodd's throne. We see Gorilla Grodd sitting on his massive throne. It's inlaid with human skulls. He growls, "Where are they? The humans should have been here already." Suddenly, an ape blows into the room. It's the prison guard we saw earlier. He prostrates himself before Grodd, trembling. "Where are my humans, jailer? Their foul blood should have already soaked my floors. The apes wait for their vengeance." We hear howls from the apes in the audience. The jailer says, That's just it, my king. The humans have escaped. It was Bobo, the detective chimp. He helped them escape. He knocked me unconscious." Grodd stands from his throne, his face a mess of rage. "What?" The guard says, "They're gone." Grodd lets out a low growl. He stands, then holds up a hand. The jailer is lifted into the air by Grodd's telekinetics. Lost them! Lost them! You are a traitor to apes! The guard's body begins to twist in the air, squeezed by Grodd. His bones snap and his body bends in all sorts of wonky directions. Blood leaks from his eyes, ears, and nose. Then he simply pops into a pile of gore. Grodd lets the pile fall to the floor, and he screams with rage. Find them! We're going to cut to the underground base. We see Blue Beetle, Detective Chimp, Xanadu, Shade, and Element Woman all standing in an elevator, going down lower into the secret base that he led them to at the end of the last act. Blue Beetle says, "It started about 7 years ago. No one knows where the disease came from, but it swallowed Gotham in only a week. The rest of the world followed quickly. We are the lucky ones, the ones who are not mad. We are the survivors. A lot of good men died. A lot of my friends." He looks down at part of his costume, where we can see another piece of fabric is sewn. It's a yellow and blue star that doesn't match the rest of the outfit. The elevator dings and opens up. We can see a whole little city built inside of a subway system. Tents are set up with food. We can see cars being worked on. Guns are being cleaned. We see a couple of kids running back and forth, giggling in the hallways. It's an entire little civilization built into the underground subway systems. Xanadu says, "I must say, this is impressive." Ted Cord says, "Wait till you see the rest of it." He guides them through the open market and into a set of doors. Inside, we can see a research lab. It's actually pretty nice. Shade looks around and says, "You're trying to find a cure." We can see genetic testing being done, even a few human specimens floating in like glass tubes or whatever. Ted Cord says, "It's a half-hearted effort at this point. We failed. We don't know why we are immune. We've all but given up. The only way we'll survive now is by hiding. There are no other options." Xanadu says, "What if there was another way?" Ted Cord says, "Trust me, I've considered it. The Flash runs this part of the country. Fighting him is suicide. He's the Flash. Outside of his territory isn't much better. There are worse warlords than him. There's nowhere for us to go. Nowhere is safe anymore." Xanadu says, "What about another world? Your world is extremely close to mine. I can draw upon your magic here. With some time, I could open up a gateway, a tear between realities. You and your followers could come back with us, back to our world." Ted Cord says, "That's possible?" Xanadu nods. "Yes. I'll need a couple hours at least, in a large space, quiet as well if possible. My incantations require immense focus." Ted Cord says, "I can get you that. There's an abandoned station not far from here, only a 4-minute walk. I'll take you." Suddenly, a man rushes up to Ted. He's wearing a tattered parka, dyed blue. He has some sort of strange equipment tied on his back. We recognize him as Leonard Snart, the Captain Cold. He says, "Sir, we've got a situation." Ted Cord says, "Snart? What sort of situation?" Leonard Snart says, "There's a sandstorm, sir." Ted Cord says, "And?" Leonard Snart says, "It's not natural. The Flash's entire army is coming this way. They brought their war machines." Ted Cord says, "They found us." Ted grabs the first researcher he sees. "Get this woman to the South Station, immediately." Detective Chimp says, "We can fight." Shade nods. "He's right, we can. Probably better than most of your men." Leonard Snart says, "Good. Then you two and the monkey come with me. We'll have to buy them time." Detective Chimp walks up to Leonard. He says, "You don't seem surprised by a talking monkey." Leonard Snart says, "Yeah, I'd seen a couple of you before. Hard to be surprised after a while." We're going to cut to John Constantine. He's laying in a bed next to Zatanna. Zatanna looks over at him and says, "John, your eyes are so distant." John shakes his head. "Sorry, I don't remember how we got here. It's just I feel strange." Zatanna looks concerned. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" John says, "No, it's just... I thought it was too nice. This is a dream, isn't it? I was asleep on the couch, not the bed. I remember that." Zatanna looks confused. I don't know what you're talking about. But sure, let it be a dream. Hopefully it's a good one. Constantine says, yeah, that's the problem. He narrows his eyes. This is much too sweet to be one of my dreams. I only have nightmares these days. I take it that this isn't my dream at all. You must be the other one. I knew you felt off. Inverse Satana smiles coyly. You're sharp. I am the other one. Constantine says, I hear you killed me. Not bloody nice, you know. I don't know what your Constantine was like, but trust me, I don't die so easy. Inverse Satana says, I didn't kill you. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't. It was the green arrow that killed my Constantine, and I'm glad the arrow is dead. Inverse Satana snaps, and the dark lit bedroom changes to a nice French cafe. Zatanna says, please, take a seat. We have a lot to speak about. John cautiously takes a seat. Inverse Zatanna says, I've been watching you and the other me. I think I figured out what's going on. You are a multiversal duplicate from a universe opposite our own. Am I in the ballpark? Constantine says, more or less. Inverse Zatanna says, I thought as much. You see, the thing is, you're not like my Constantine. Though I loved him, he had his flaws. He was weak and merciful to a fault. I could never get that little glimmer of darkness in him to flourish. That's what killed him in the end. All of his hopeless naivety. I should have known that it would. But you aren't like him. You're like me. Constantine says, I think you got me confused. Zatanna shakes her head. No, I don't. I see you perfectly, John. You're selfish, manipulative, and when you need to be, so brutal. I can read it on your face. You don't belong with them. You're one of us. Join me, John. The way I see it, it's a miracle that you're here. A second chance for me to fix my mistakes. Constantine says, not interested. I got a nice first-hand look at your friends. Makes me think you're not my type. Inverse Zatanna says, I think you're mistaken. I think you belong with us. With me. The Justice League will fail. They're doomed, John. Always have been. But you don't have to go down with them. I still love you. In my own way, I think I might love you more than the old one. I see myself in you, and all the things I liked in him. Constantine says, yeah, I've known too many people like you. You're cruel. You enjoy it when you make people hurt. You wouldn't help anyone unless it benefited you. I'm not like you. I'm not. Zatanna chuckles. Jesus, John, look in a mirror. Constantine says it again. I'm not like you. How many times do I have to say it? Inverse Zatanna shakes her head. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Oh, the dream is ending. I wish we had more time, but it doesn't matter. I'll be seeing you soon, John. Think it over. You know where you belong. I never stopped loving you, and I never will. Come to me. She vanishes in a puff of smoke, and the dream landscape vanishes. You see Constantine say, bloody hell. He wakes up on the couch where he had slept. We see Zatanna sitting at a coffee table in the same room. Her hair is still frizzy from having slept in the bed next to the couch. She says, you finally woke up. Do you have your magic attuned yet? Constantine says, yeah, finished last night. Zatanna says, good. The fight will be soon. Afterwards, we can figure out a way home. Constantine smiles a bit. I might have something for that. You were in my dreams last night. Zatanna says, gross, John. If that's your idea of a pickup line, you have a long way to go. Constantine shakes his head. No, you don't understand. It was really you. Or, I guess, the other you. She tried to convince me to run away with her, like this was some sort of bloody rom-com. Zatanna stands up. She really came to you? Constantine says, she did, and she was a fool for it. She's got what we need, Z. She was wearing a portal ring. Zatanna says, was it a true one, or one of the cheap copies? Constantine says, sure as hell looked real. And it was real old, that's for sure. Made of bronze, I think. Zatanna says, we have to get a hold of it. Constantine says, as you said, we're going to have to fight her anyway. We'll put her down, and we'll take the ring. Zatanna looks at him and says, I can trust you, right? Constantine looks confused. What in the bloody hell sort of talk is that? Zatanna says, you said it yourself. She gave you an offer. Constantine says, and you think I'd take it? Come on, Z, you know me better than that. Zatanna says, do I? Christ, John. I had you promise me that you wouldn't let my death get in the way of the greater good. You lied right to my face, and you knew you were doing it. Now you're telling me that she doesn't matter and that you won't go with her. How can I trust that? Constantine says, this is different. That was different. Zatanna says, how? Constantine says, because that was you, love. She's not you. She's not my type. And I wouldn't let you go then, and I promise you, I won't let you go now. Nothing would make me do that. Together, we can kill her. We'll take that ring, and we'll escape. Zatanna nods her head. All right, I trust you. We're going to cut to Mad Earth. We see the war party mobilizing. Men and scrappy survivors are getting into vehicles which have been retrofitted for war. Large armor plates cover them. Many of them have like ramps on the front for knocking over vehicles or spikes. Amidst all the chaos, we see Elephant Woman and Shade. Element Woman and him are walking towards a vehicle. She looks over at him. You know, we could die in this. Shade says, yeah. Element Woman says, I like you. Shade smiles. I like you too. A little awkward tension passes between the two. Suddenly, Element Woman grabs Shade and kisses him again. It's deep and passionate. She opens her eyes, and we see Dr. Mist kissing her. We can see something brilliantly bright reflected in his eyes. She gasps and pulls away. However, when she does, we can see it's still Shade. He looks confused. What is it? Element Woman says, it was nothing. Just, my situation. My madness. Shade says, I see. Element Woman laughs. I'm sorry, it's just really awkward. I'm a nervous laugher. Shade smiles as the war party begins to depart. Shade says, nervous laughter. It's cute. Don't die. Element Woman says, likewise, Changing Man. They hop onto vehicles and they begin to mobilize into war. We see the entire war party pull out through a ramp onto the sand above. They line up. In the distance, we can see Flash's army growing closer and closer. We see Leonard Snart in a vehicle begin to approach the Flash's convoy. He raises up a white flag. The Flash's party comes to a stop. The Flash is in a vehicle at the front, which moves up away from the rest of the party towards where Captain Cold is parked with the white flag. It's a gigantic vehicle with a throne set at the top. The Flash sits in the throne. He pulls up so close enough to talk to Captain Cold. The Flash says, if it isn't Captain Cold himself, I didn't know you were still alive. Captain Cold says, we want a truce. We don't want to fight you. You will lose men, and so will we. It benefits no one. The Flash says, of course we're gonna lose men. It wouldn't be fun if we didn't. Captain Cold, you used to have some frostbite. No longer, I suppose. Captain Cold says, very well. It's war then. He turns his car around and drives back to the other group. He pulls up next to Ted Cord. Cold says, it's war. He activates the cold device on his back, and we can see blue liquid begin to condense in a glass canister. He holds up his frost gun. Blue Beetle says, it wasn't your fault. Nothing to be done. I guess it always had to be this way. Let's put up a good fight. He throws off his brown duster, revealing his comic book suit. It's a little tattered, but it's still holding up. He holds up his hand and points it forward. The cars all race towards the Flash's army. We can see men firing pistols and machine guns. The Flash's men begin to return fire as well. We can see men getting killed on both sides as the two armies approach for a clash. 4 of the outside Flash cars drop down metal Tesla coils. We see King Flash stand from his throne and begin to run around the caravan as fast as possible. The lightning from his footsteps turns the sand to glass. He builds up a static charge, then touches the Tesla coil. Lightning's arches between each of the coils, meeting in the middle. We see a man in metal armor slam a button. He's immediately electrified, cooked from the inside out. But as he presses the button, all of the electricity fires forward like a cannon. It shoots down one of the vehicles from the good guy's side, lighting it up into a giant fireball. Then the two armies clash.
They're going to battle for a while in a chaotic, big blowout action scene. We see vehicles exploding, shooting at each other, men jumping from vehicle to vehicle. Picture something like Mad Max Fury Road. That's obviously what I'm going for with this sequence. This is probably going to be the biggest fight in the film. A little early to, blow our load here, but I think this is the best place to have a big set piece right at the end of the second act. The third act set piece is going to be a lot more intimate and down to earth, especially compared to this nonsense that's about to happen. This might be the best action scene I've ever written, so hold on to your pants, guys. We see Element Woman smash a car by forming a fist out of sand. Shade splits one of the Flash's vehicles in two with the Madness vest, before killing a goon jumping off of it with a Madness dagger. We see Detective Chimp jump onto the side of a moving vehicle with a sword in his hand. One of the Flash's goons sees him and says, "Is that a fucking monkey?" Detective Chimp says, "I'm an ape." He stabs the first goon with the Sword of Night. His body begins to crumble into charcoal. The driver says, "Fuck!" He swerves the car in the sand. He tries to shake Detective Chimp loose. Detective Chimp falls backwards, barely grabbing a hold of the side of the truck. We can see another truck full of Flash gang members pulling up next to him. They're loading weapons. Suddenly, a man in blue lands on top of the roof. One of the goons immediately is hit by something and falls off the side of the van with a hole in his stomach. We see Blue Beetle holding his laser pistol. He throws grenades behind them and they land on another vehicle which explodes in blue fire. He smiles goofily. "I've got you, talking monkey." He holds his hand up into the air and grabs onto a cord. It's being pulled by a little blue drone. He drops a grenade, blowing up the vehicle that he was just on top of. Detective Chimp swings around to the driver and stabs him with the Sword of Night. Again, he turns to charcoal. The car swerves off and explodes in the distance as Detective Chimp jumps off it just in time. We see Captain Cold freezing a couple of goons before taking a shot to the arm. He holds a hand to the wound as blood begins to leak. He freezes the man who shot him, turning him into solid ice. Suddenly, the Flash runs through the frozen man, shattering him. The Flash says, "There you are, and I was thinking you were gonna leave me out in the cold." Captain Cold says, "Even as a madman, you still make the quips." He launches a freeze ray towards the Flash, who dodges it easily. He says, "What can I say? I'm nostalgic about this fight, but you won't be." He holds up his fist, and we can see that there are nails worked into the gloves. It's a spiked knuckle. He rushes forward and begins to punch Leonard Snart over and over again at the speed of light. By the time he's finished, Captain Cold just stands there. His blue parka is punctured with thousands of little holes. Blood begins to run from each one of them, and he falls over to the ground. The tank on his back explodes, sending freezing mist everywhere. It freezes his body and the sand around it. The camera continues to follow the Flash as he runs through the fight. There's a group of soldiers fighting in the middle of the melee. Flash soldiers and Blue Beetle's men, all battling. The Flash runs behind the first Blue Beetle soldier. He snaps his neck so violently that it twists the head all the way around. He moves to the next sane man he sees. He punches this one in the face with the spiked knuckles. They punch right into the man's brain and then pull out. He's going so fast that we don't even see blood leave, except for a single drop carried on the spiked knuckles as if held there by glue. We follow the Flash again as he begins to speed through the battlefield in slow motion. Everything is, stopped around him, sort of like those Quicksilver scenes. He runs by a man and slits his throat with a knife without even slowing down. Finally, he picks a man up without slowing down and throws him into the exploding car that Blue Beetle detonated earlier. The Flash stops, taking a breath. We see the man with the slit throat clutch a hand to it desperately as blood begins to run out. The man with the hole in his head simply falls over dead. The explosion rips apart the body of the other man. The Flash has unleashed untold chaos in only a second. He takes a deep breath. I missed this. We're going to cut to the south subway tunnel. We see Madame Xanadu sitting on the floor. A pentagram of magical energy surrounds her. We can see something sparking in the air in front of her. It fizzes out, then sparks up back to life again. She's trying to open the way, but it's not there yet. Around her, we can see divination Toro cards floating. A single card floats on top. We can see it's the Hanged Man. We're going to cut to Grodd. We see him entering the ruined Star Labs building. One of the ape guards next to him says, "They were here, sir. We caught them on camera." Grodd says, "I will see to this." He bursts into the laboratory. We can see Mala and the Brain waiting for them. Grodd's men quickly surround them. Behind them, we can see the portal. It's still hot from having just activated. Steam is echoing off it. We can tell Grodd notices. "Where did they go?" Grodd asks. Mala says, "Out of your reach." Grodd says, "This device. I know it. from when I was here. You opened a gateway to another world.
The brain says, they are gone. Grodd turns on the brain in the jar with a snarl. He holds his hand up and the brain comes floating off the ground and comes towards him. Grodd takes a deep sniff of the brain.
Human. This is what it took for you to survive. Pathetic. Open the portal or I will destroy this puny thing keeping you alive.
The brain says, I am ready to die, tyrant. You do not frighten me. Grodd says,
I wasn't talking to you.
Grodd looks past him to Mala.
Open it or he dies.
Grodd pulls the brain closer. We can see his glass tank is beginning to crack. Small amounts of the liquid leaks out. Mala says, we don't know where the portal leads. It'll be a blind jump. I can hold the portal open once you're through. Grodd looks at him and says,
do it.
Mala reactivates the portal. It hums to life. We can see him typing in the same code as before. The portal stabilizes and Grodd approaches it.
Close it behind me, and my apes will see you dead.
The brain is dropped to the floor. He lets out a little moan. Grodd jumps into the portal. He lands in the middle of the chaotic melee. He sees the Flash kill a man in front of him. We're back where we were just a second ago. Grodd looks surprised, then excited.
The Flash! What a treat. I'm gonna get to kill you all over again.
Flash turns around and sees him. He smiles. That's funny. I was gonna say the same thing. The Flash begins running around in circles, forming a massive tornado of sand in the middle of the battlefield. It surrounds Grodd on all sides. Sand is whipped up in a frenzy, forming a massive sandstorm in the tornado. We can see vehicles and men being pulled in and thrown off to the side. Some are shredded by the sand. Grodd stands in the middle. He looks from side to side confused. We can hear Flash's laughter echoing through the storm.
This power. You were never this fast before.
You're right. But when you're the only speedster left, you don't have to share the speed force. He appears in front of Grodd. What's wrong, monkey? Scared? Grodd takes a swing at him, but the Flash simply vanishes. You missed me. The Flash seems to be appearing around Grodd all at once. He appears in one place, then disappears so fast it's like he's everywhere. Grodd keeps trying to attack him, and the Flash keeps letting out quips. Gotta be quicker than that. Boy, Grodd, you really lost your touch. Oh, you got close that time. Oh, narrow miss. You almost got me. Grodd yells, "Fight me, coward!" The Flash appears in front of him. What do you think I'm doing, you stupid ape? You know the funny thing about sandstorms. When you get them going fast enough, it's like sandblasting. Yeah, it's actually so bad, it'll peel the flesh right off your bones. We're gonna have so much fun here. Grodd begins to desperately look from side to side. He tries to punch the Flash, but his fist passes right through him, as if the Flash is phasing. Finally, the Flash grabs him by the neck and picks him up from the floor with incredible strength. Grodd tries again and again to punch him, but it keeps passing through the Flash as he phases in certain spots. The Flash holds him up, then shoves him into the sandstorm. The sand rushes by, and we can hear Grodd scream. It's almost drowned out by the Flash's laughter. We can see the skin from Grodd's body begin to peel off. We're going to cut to the Shadow Dimension. We see Dorothy sitting on a large table with Upside Down Man. A pile of stone and dirt sits on the table. Dorothy squeezes her eyes and holds hands out. It's clear she's concentrating hard. Eventually, she lets her hands flop to the side. I can't do it. Upside Down Man tilts his head to the side. You'll get it eventually. In the old days, you could create mountains from the earth and entire planets from cosmic dust. Just as I can destroy the earth, you can build it up. He holds up a stone in his hand, and it immediately shatters into 10 pieces. Dorothy says, I don't know. I've always been able to make my friends real, but move the earth? I've never done that. Upside Down Man says, I don't know what my life did to make herself reborn in your form. Your powers may still be coming in. Something to do with what she did. With time, you will unlock your full abilities, your full power. Dorothy says, Where did you come from? Upside Down Man makes a grimace. I never showed the other light this. I think sometimes I was too closed off to her. Maybe that's why she left. I don't know. But I can show you. Maybe this will make you understand me like she never did. He reaches his hand out and touches Dorothy's forehead. Her eyes grow wide and we see blackness fill them until her eyes are completely black. We zoom into that darkness and it consumes the screen. All we see is darkness as Upside Down Man narrates. I remember when I first woke up. I was in the darkness. It was perfect, a void of absolute emptiness. It was all I ever knew. We see Upside Down Man floating in that darkness. He's curled into a ball like a fetus. It's a funny thing. I was alone. I had no concept of others, yet I was still so lonely. My only friend was the shadows that surrounded me, but they never spoke. Not really. We see the living shadow approach Upside Down Man in real life. It almost nuzzles him affectionately, like a dog. Upside Down Man says, I didn't know what my purpose was until she arrived. We see Upside Down Man floating in that void. In the distance, a bright light appears. As it floats closer, we see it's a naked woman. Her hair is a bright gold, and her skin glows yellow with light. She looks up and sees him. She has 4 eyes. Upside Down Man says, You are so beautiful. I'd never seen a thing like it. And then you spoke. We hear Light say, Are you real? Upside Down Man says, I am. She reaches out a hand tentatively, and Upside Down Man touches it. An explosion rips between them. It's the Big Bang. We see nebulas being created around them, gases forming into stars, planets being compacted by the explosion, the whole universe expanding out infinitely, and them at the center of it all, creating it and destroying it. We see the black fade from Dorothy's eyes. Upside Down Man looks almost sullen. I don't know why she left. I guess I wasn't enough for her. She was enough for me. But Light had to make life to amuse herself. The truth is, I don't want to hurt things. I wanted to let her have her human creations. She wouldn't believe me, though. She didn't trust me. Dorothy says, I'm sorry. Upside Down Man says, You know what the worst part was? Light fell for a human. She left me for him. And then she went and placed the curse of longing upon me. She sealed me here. I'm sure she only wanted to save her precious life. She feared my retribution. It wouldn't have come. She probably didn't even realize she left me in the place I was before. Alone. In a world of darkness. But that curse is broken now. You broke it when you came here. You freed me. And I don't have to be alone anymore. We can see it all together. Everything this universe has to offer. Dorothy's eyes soften for the strange, ancient creature. Perhaps she misjudged him. Maybe there's more to him than his ugly facade and sharp teeth. Maybe in the end, he's just a man. Upside Down Man says, However, I will not make the same mistakes twice. I'm going to rend humanity from the multiverse, pluck the weed from the garden. Then all will be as it was. Dorothy says, No, don't do that. I know the old life left you, and I'm sorry for that. But humanity can be so good. They have lives, and just like you, they love things. Upside Down Man says, They're a plague. We never could see it. I suspect they are destined to bring calamity on themselves in the end. Their choices fracture the very reality of our worlds, Dorothy. Just look. He holds his hand out, and we see nothing but blackness mixed in with swirling colors, a single golden line. Upside Down Man says, When it was just us, the world was beautiful. It was peaceful, serene. Things came and things died. You rose mountains, and I gradually weathered them away. You made stars, and I let them go supernova. Our work together created nebulas, something new. something incredible. And then you made life. And it did what it does. It changed on its own over time. Soon it gained sentience. Suddenly that single golden line cracks, shattering like broken glass. It shatters again and again. The world looks like a broken mirror now. It keeps splintering and shattering. Soon there's so many cracks we can't even keep up. Their choices branched the world. They've shattered the universe. And the more choices they make, the worse it gets. It's only a matter of time, Light, before they shatter it all. We see the universe fall into pieces, shattering in a great explosion. Everything we built would vanish, and we would be back to that dark void. I don't want to go back there. Dorothy says, please, you say you love me. I like the humans. My friends and my family are human. Give them a chance. Don't destroy them. For me. Upside Down Man looks off into the distance. Yes, well, we have time before the shattering is complete, I suppose. It could wait, if that's really what you want. But I warn you, Light, the time will come when they make choices that harm you. It is their way. They will betray you. It was them that led you astray before, but it was also them that led you to me. That's their way. He gestures to a glass case sitting in the corner of the room. We can see a skeleton in it. On one of the fingers is a portal ring. Upside Down Man says, this one was a magi from a world alternative to your home. One of the Shatterings. He created a staff capable of channeling the magic of possibility and the multiverse into a single point. It was that staff that allowed me to see you. The holes it ripped in reality broke a piece of the curse upon me. I was able to communicate with you through it. And when it shattered in the hands of your friend, I was able to draw you here. I owe a lot to him. It's almost a shame that I killed him before I realized what he was. A shame, but he has my thanks from the afterlife. We're going to cut to Dorothy's room. We see Mist and Dorothy sitting in the room. They've shut the door and are whispering to each other. Dorothy says, I saw it, Mist. It was a portal ring, just like the one Xanadu used to use. Dr. Mist says, do you think you can get it? Dorothy says, it shouldn't be hard. It's just a little case. It's just in a little case. It is in his room, though. Dr. Mist says, we don't have a choice. You need to get that ring so we can escape. Dorothy says, I'm worried, Mist. I'm scared we're making the wrong choice. I'm leaving him again, the way he talked. I think it broke him before. Dr. Mist says, that thing is not your friend. It is an ancient evil. It was locked here for a reason, Dorothy. Just think of what it did to me. Tore me apart. Dorothy says, I'm not so sure he's evil. I think he's just sad. Lonely, maybe. I think he wants to get better. I feel bad for him. Dr. Mist says, even if he does want to get better, he is dangerous and unstable. He can't be trusted. You don't want to stay here, do you, Dorothy? Trapped in this place with him forever? I guess not, Dorothy says. But I'm worried what he'll do if I leave. Dr. Mist says, you said he was trapped before you came. If you leave, maybe he'll be trapped once more. If not, we'll find another way. A version of you did it once before. That's what you said, right? Dorothy says, yeah. Okay. I don't have a choice. I'll do it. I'll get the ring. Dr. Mist says, you're doing the right thing, Dorothy. You're so brave. We can do this. We can escape. We're going to cut back to Mad Earth. We see Flash pull Grodd's body out of the storm. All that's left is a tattered mess of bloody flesh and bone. The Flash lets it drop to the floor. We see the Flash standing over Grodd's shredded corpse. His hands are still drenched in blood. The storm dissipates around him. Suddenly, he shifts his head to the side. A bullet strikes the sand in front of him. The Flash turns and we see a sniper off in the distance. The sniper looks up from his rifle and we see the Flash standing behind him. You missed. This is a little reference to the Suicide Squad game. Figured I'd throw shade since I'm doing my own evil Flash here. The Flash laughs. The man turns around out of his skin. He sees the Flash and starts to run away. The Flash simply shakes his head and watches. He starts to jog in place behind the man sarcastically. then appears right in front of him after the man's gotten like 100 feet away. King Flash says, "Where are you gonna go? You run pretty fast, you know. You ever thought about running a marathon? Hey, I've got an idea. Let's run one right now." He picks the man up by the arm and begins to run in circles non-stop. We see lightning jolting all around him. When he stops running, the man is nothing more than a burnt severed arm in the Flash's hand. Another warrior runs over the dune, firing bullets at the Flash. The Flash rolls his eyes almost sarcastically and simply points his finger. Lightning arcs off it and blows a hole through the man's chest. Suddenly, Shade appears. We can see him kill two of Flash's men in the background. Flash notices him and smiles. Finally, someone interesting. He runs up to Shade. Shade forms two daggers from the Madness Vest and throws them. Flash dodges them both easily. Please, you're gonna have to do better than that. Shade forms a ring of madness around himself, shooting it out like a frisbee. The Flash limbos underneath it like it's a game. The Flash turns to fight him again, and in his place stands the Flash. But not the one we've been seeing, a far kinder one with friendly eyes. He waves nicely and smiles. He does finger guns at someone we can't see. The Flash is momentarily surprised. Suddenly, a colorful burst of light appears from the illusion. A dagger flown at the Flash. He dodges it to the side, but it's just a second too slow. We see a small trickle of blood leave a small, almost paper-cut-sized cut on his shoulder. The Flash looks down, surprised. He nods his head. That's better. What are you? I've never seen one like you before. Shade says, I'm a madman. Flash says, oh, is that all? Welcome to the club. I guess I'll... We hear a shout, Flash! The Flash looks over and we see a man on top of a dune. He wears a long duster tattered with streaks of red. He wears a necklace crafted from several gears. He wears a half-shattered mask, a mask we recognize as Deadshot's. We can see it's Will Smith Deadshot. Now I'm gonna admit, this is a total fan fiction, like, dream cast. I just thought it would be such a good gag to bring back Will Smith Deadshot for this random ass cameo. This would never happen in real life, so this is a scene I could easily cut, but I really enjoy it for what it is. Deadshot says, finally, I get my revenge. He twirls out his hands, revealing his two arm guns. He holds out the blasters towards the Flash. The Flash awkwardly looks over at him and then rolls his eyes again. I'll get to you in a second. I'm busy with this one. Then Deadshot says, you must remember me. King Flash says, shut up. I'm dealing with this one first. I'll get to you after. Deadshot fires a shot right towards the Flash's head, which the Flash easily dodges. You killed my wife. You murdered my daughter. I trained for... Suddenly, the Flash is right in front of him. His hand held out to Deadshot's jaw. I told you to shut the fuck up! He rips the jaw free from Deadshot's face. Blood pours out immediately, and he falls to the floor dead. King Flash tosses the jawbone away, then almost immediately appears in front of Shade again. Sorry about that. Kids these days have no manners. I swear it's been one thing after another today. Alright though, wouldn't trade it for the world. Had a lot of fun. Shade throws more colorful knives at the Flash as he speaks. The Flash dodges them and keeps talking. You know, for a madman, you sure don't seem to grasp the definition of insanity, throwing the same fucking attacks at me over and over again, expecting a different outcome. The Flash runs and punches him, sending him rolling to the ground. He's hurt, clutching his chest. King Flash says, I'm a fucking god! I'm an immortal! But you just keep throwing your little attacks. See if it saves you. Maybe you'll hit me. Who knows? He laughs manically. Shade tries once more to throw a dagger of magic at the Flash. Flash almost sarcastically dodges it. Ooh, guess not. Flash points a finger and lightning launches towards Shade. Shade quickly forms a shield from the Madness Vest, catching it. Suddenly, Flash is on him. He kicks Shade in the side of the head, sending him back another 6 feet, rolling to the floor. Shade sits up, reeling from the injury. We can see blood running from his nose and ear, a large gash along the side of his face. We can see Flash appear behind him. He studies the Madness Vest. Yeah, I like this. I'm taking it. He rips it off Shade and throws it over himself. We can see the shapes of the Madness Vest begin to move. Suddenly, sanity returns to the Flash's eyes. He looks down at his blood-soaked hands. Oh god. He throws up. He quickly runs up and grabs one of Deadshot's guns from the sand. He points it at his own head. I'm sorry.
He pulls the trigger. Flash's brains scatter onto the sand behind him. His body falls to the floor, and the shapes on the Madness Vest stop moving. The whole battlefield seems to still. All eyes are on the Flash's body. Then cheers rise up from the sane survivors. The last of the Flash's goons turn to leave, running or driving off in their vehicles. We can see them running over each other in their desperation to escape. Shade limps to his feet, pulling the Madness Vest off of Flash's body. As he begins to put it back on, we can see Nightshade, rotting like a corpse, smiling at him in the distance. She mouths, "Be seeing you soon." As the Madness Vest slips over Shade's shoulders, she vanishes. We're going to cut to a propane supply store. We can see Constantine looking up at the store. "This is where your guy is?" Lex Luthor says, "I didn't bring you for the commentary, but yes, he's one of the last of us still living." Constantine says, "If not for the company, why'd you bring us?" We can see that Zatanna is standing next to him. Lex says, "It's simple. I don't trust you two, especially her. I could have left you with Mirror Master, but he wouldn't have the gall to do what needs to be done if I'm right about you. He wouldn't kill you, but I would. So be good." He pushes open the door to the store. It's filled with rows of propane and fire pits. We can see some pear burners on the wall. I don't know if y'all have those outside of Texas, but we use them for burning cactus. It's like a little flamethrower, like a handheld one that you keep in your house for like burning brush or cactus. I think they're common outside of here, but who the hell knows? It's a small store. An overweight man behind the counter with a balding head of hair sits behind the counter. He looks up lazily. He notices Lex. "What the fuck? Lex?" Lex says, "Yes." The man says, "You've come for me. You've got something good. It's happening, isn't it? You're going for it again." The man is almost giddy with excitement. Lex says, "I am." "And you came for me. You need something from me. You wouldn't have come if you didn't. You don't like me. It's got to be good this time." Lex Luthor says, "We've got their weaknesses. The Legion of Evil dies." We can see excitement in the mystery man's eyes, almost hunger. The man says, "But wait. You think I'm a liability. You said it before. Fuck, I am a liability. You wouldn't have come if it was just that. There's more. Spill the beans." Lex says, "It's the Martian. He's weak to fire." The man lets out a laugh. "That Xeno fuck burns." He laughs again. We can hear the song "This Fire" by Franz Ferdinand begin to play, which is a banger, by the way. You should check it out, because listening to it would sell this scene hard. The man flips a switch on his desk, and a secret wall behind him begins to swap out as the beats of the music play. It reveals a secret room. In the center of the wall, we can see a suit. Firefly's suit. We can see a wall with red tape running between different pictures of aliens. We can see UFOs in crop circles, pictures of Martian Manhunter and Superman. Firefly says, "Things used to be fucking good before those Xeno shit showed up. It was the fucking aliens that caused all this bullshit. That Martian Manhunter, he's one of the worst." He slips his hand into the glove of the suit. He picks up a flamethrower gun and test fires it. A bright flash of fire launches forward. The man giggles. "I'm gonna burn that fucker alive." Lex says, "I take it you're in?" Firefly says, "Oh yeah, I'm in." We see Constantine lean into Zatanna to whisper in her ear, "Jesus Christ, and I thought Batman was crazy." Zatanna says, "At least he's on our side." We're going to cut to the Justice League hideout. We see Firefly looking around the place as if he's nostalgic. Lex Luthor approaches Mirror Master. Lex asks, "Sportsmaster?" Mirror Master says, "He's not coming out of retirement." Lex says, "It's what I expected. He got out a long time ago. Frankly, I don't blame him." Mirror Master says, "Yeah, but you got Firefly. We can do this." He turns to the rest of the Justice League. Mirror Master says, "Tomorrow's the day. We're going to take those assholes down once and for all." The room cheers. Mirror Master says, "If you have a god, pray to him and hope he listens. For the rest of you, take the night off. Get ready. Settle any affairs you have to. Tomorrow, we fight." Again, the room wraps up into cheers. Everyone seems excited and happy. Except for Flatline. She looks over nervously at Chemo. She knows what comes next if they do win the fight. She leans over to whisper to him, "Hey, want to get out of here for a bit?" Chemo says, "Why not?"
We're going to cut to Dr. Mist. We see Dr. Mist surrounded on all sides by mist. He looks around in confusion. He doesn't remember how he got here. The mist in front of him begins to sway and move. Something pushes through it. A shape. It's vaguely human, as if it's the outline of a person that should be there. Instead, it's only empty space with mist surrounding it. The shape whispers in a voice. Mist. They need you. Dr. Mist says, What? What are you? The shape says, I can't let you go. I'm sorry. I've seen it. You'll be needed. The next part is hard, but you'll survive. I've seen to it. Dr. Mist says, Who are you? The shape says, I love you. I have always loved you. The shape vanishes, the mist folding back into an empty void. The mist begins to grow thicker around Dr. Mist, closing in on him on all sides. Dr. Mist cries out again, Who are you? He sits up, awake in bed. Dr. Mist looks over, and we see Upside Down Man staring at him. Dr. Mist says, Are you here to kill me? Upside Down Man says nothing. Dr. Mist laughs, Can you kill me? I would welcome it at this point. Upside Down Man says, I am afraid not. What was done to you is beyond me. That is a rare thing, you know. Dr. Mist says, And what was that? Upside Down Man says, I could tell you, but I won't. You should remember, you were the one. The lucky one. Perhaps the luckiest one of all. Dr. Mist says, What do you want? What are you after? Upside Down Man says, What I've always been after. Her. I love her. And I should hate you. I should despise you more than any other for what you did. But I don't. I find myself respecting you. You might be the only one who understands the burden of this existence alone, of immortality in a world where no one else can be with you. It's funny that it's you, of all people, who understands me. There's something ironic in that. Dr. Mist says, What are you talking about? Upside Down Man says, It doesn't matter anymore. I've made up my mind. Do not attempt to take her from me again. Don't think I don't know you're planning something. You're always planning something, humans. There will be consequences. Upside Down Man turns and leaves, disappearing into the shadows. We see Dr. Mist let out a breath. He looks over at Dorothy, nervous. We're going to cut to the Gotham Aquarium. We see Flatline and Chemo moving past exhibits of fish and other sea lives. It's the same aquarium from the Suicide Squad 4, but it's not in disrepair. In fact, it looks very pretty and clean. It's clearly closed for the day, but somehow Flatline and Chemo have gotten in. Flatline says, Do you remember our first date? Chemo says, How could I forget? Flatline says, Well, it was right here. Chemo looks confused. No, it wasn't. Flatline says, Oh, come on. It was here. You took me around to see the fish and the dolphins. It was very romantic. Chemo says, I did take you on a date here, but it wasn't our first. Our first was the Central City Museum. Flatline says, That wasn't a date. Chemo says, Sure it was. We looked around at the museum, all the artifacts, we talked, we hung out. Flatline says, You were robbing it and I was stopping you. Chemo says, That's when I decided I liked you. It was a date. Hell, I robbed the place just to get your attention in the end. Flatline says, All that might be true, but it wasn't a date. Chemo says, Whatever you say. The two of them stop in front of a reef tank. We can see coral reef and colorful fish swirling around. The two of them are silhouetted against it. Flatline holds out a hand without thinking. As if on instinct, Chemo reaches out to grab it, but then stops, just shy. They can't touch, and they know it. The reality of the situation closes back in. Chemo says, So tomorrow's the big day. Flatline says, I know. Chemo says, We never finished talking about it. Flatline says, About what? Chemo says, Nakia, you know about what comes after. Flatline says, That's because we're not talking about it. Chemo says, I want to go. It's my time. It's so cold like this. Everything is so off. I feel wrong. I don't belong here. I'm supposed to be somewhere else. I don't know. If we win, I'm begging you, Nakia. Let me go. Please. Flatline says, It's a cruel thing to ask of me. I don't have any family. You're everything I have, and I... We hear a large thunk as a knife sticks into Flatline's side.
She looks down with surprise. We can see massive amounts of red blood begin to stain her white outfit. The music swells to a sinister score. Flatline stumbles back. An ominous thumping theme begins to play, in line with footsteps in the distance. Flatline looks down, blood in her hand. What? Matthew. She stumbles back. Kimo looks panicked. Nakia! We hear the footsteps echoing closer, and a voice echoes from down the hall. You were stupid to come here alone. I've been waiting. Suddenly, bathed in the light of the blue aquarium tank, we see Black Canary. Her face wrapped with grief and anger. Her eyes are dark and full of rage. Large black bags rest under them. She says, You took everything I love from me, and I'm gonna make you suffer. There's no one to help you now. Just you and me. Flatline struggles to her feet. We can see tons of blood dripping from the wound. It forms a puddle at her feet. It's bad. Flatline says, Is this about Green Arrow? 'Cause he had it coming, you know. Flatline pulls her knife rope from her belt. She begins to spin it. We can see more blood drip to the floor next to her as she moves. She winces in pain, then looks up. His heart beat for a solid minute after I pulled it out of his chest. Pretty damn impressive. Bring it on, bitch. I'll make it 2 for 2. Black Canary screams, and the tanks shatter. Flatline is sent back into the wall, pushing the dagger in deeper. Water begins to flood across the room, along with flopping fish. Flatline struggles up to her feet. Her ears are ringing, and we can see blood running from them. Blood fills the water around her, like a shark attack. Kimo's ghost is trying to shout something, but she can't hear it from the ringing. Suddenly, Black Canary punches her hard. Flatline stumbles back again, blood running from split lips. She twirls her knife rope and swings it, catching Canary on the arm, leaving a small cut. Canary catches the dagger and cuts the rope with her own knife. It clatters to the water below, sinking down. Flatline is without a weapon. Canary rushes at Flatline, grabbing her by the neck and strangling her, squeezing tighter and tighter. We can see the life beginning to leave Flatline's eyes. She tries to fight by punching, but she's too weak. She's lost too much blood. In the background, we can see Kimo struggling to pick up the broken knife from the water. We see him try to grab it. It passes right through his fingers, as if he wasn't there. He snarls, pick it up, he tells himself. In the background, we can see Canary strangling Flatline against the wall. She's using the knife rope chain. Kimo screams once more and finally manages to pick up the knife. He throws it and it flies straight into Canary's leg. Canary screams and turns around. She sees nothing. She's confused for a second and lets the rope go slat. We see Flatline pull the knife from her own side and stab it into Canary's back. She kicks the leg out from underneath Canary and spins around her, pinning them both to the floor. Flatline holds her in a judo hold and shoves Canary's head into the water. She sits on top of Canary and holds her head in the water as Canary fights. We can see Canary trying to scream, but it's no use underwater. Bubbles gurgle out, and we can even see the tiles shatter from the power of her scream, even underwater. Flatline lets out a scream of her own as she continues to hold the head underwater. Then, finally, Flatline picks up Canary's head and slams it down onto a shard of broken glass. We can see it slices right through Canary's throat. Canary stops struggling and dies, blood seeping out around her. Flatline floats back into the water, bloody and beaten. We can see blood floating off her wound in the water around her. For a cool visual, I think it'd be really cool if it floats out like a pulse next to her, like forming a zigzag, until it flatlines. We see Kimo's ghost appear next to her. Hey, are you okay? Flatline says, gonna need help. She struggles to her feet again and tries to reach her phone, which is sitting on a bench where she left it earlier. She manages to get to the contacts and press the Mirror Master contact. We're gonna cut to Mirror Master. We see Mirror Master in a cemetery. He bends before a tombstone and leaves some flowers. We can see its golden glider's grave. He says, I need some advice. I don't know who else to talk to. Tomorrow is the day. We're going to try again. Lex asked me to do something, and I'm not sure if I can. The thing is, I want to kill Supergirl, like he asked. I want to do it so bad. It's like fire consuming my whole being. I hate her, yet Bruce warned me. Once you travel this path, you can't leave it. I swore to myself I would never take a life, that I wouldn't be like those I fought. I knew you would tell me not to, but... His phone rings. He looks down and we see it's Flatline calling. Mirror Master picks it up. Nakia, what is it? We're going to cut back to the Gotham Aquarium. She says, help. Gotham Aquarium. She falls to the floor and splashes in the water. She's passed out. The phone flops to the floor. We hear the song Flatline by the Himalayas begin to play. The blood surrounding her in a halo. Chemo screaming next to her body. A montage begins to play. We see Mirror Master run into the room, splashing into the water. We don't know how long it's been. He tries to pick her up, and blood drips off her body. As the song continues to play, we're going to see a montage of the Justice League preparing for their fight. It looks as if some time has passed. We see Mirror Master washing blood off his hands. He looks disconcerted. The rest of the Justice League each pick up their signature weapon. We see Firefly put on his suit as the song continues to play. With the blood washed from his hands, we see Mirror Master approach a spear made of kryptonite, one that Lex made via Firestorm. He sighs and then picks up the spear. He's made up his mind. We see Dorothy Spinner studying the skeleton in Upside Down Man's trophy room. We see the portal ring there. She starts to slowly open the case. She's gonna take it. We see Madame Xanadu open the portal between worlds at last. It looks like a tear in the world itself, and she struggles to hold it open. The survivors of the battle begin to enter it en masse, unsure of what waits on the other side. We see a shot of Blue Beetle entering the portal. For a few frames, we see shattered lines like a broken mirror reflected in his mask. We get a few shots of the Inverse Justice League, the Legion of Evil, preparing for the hunt. They arm themselves with their signature weapons. We linger on Zatanna for a moment. She plays with the portal ring in her finger. She looks sad. Lastly, we see Upside Down Man sitting on his throne. He makes a little bird, and it comes to life. It looks the same as the one Dorothy created earlier. He laughs as it flies around the room. After a few beats of its little wings, it turns to ash and falls to the floor. Upside Down Man's laugh turns to a frown. Nothing he makes lives. He's a destroyer. He looks down at the ground where the dust created by the bird's death lies. He looks sad. All of our plot lines are drawing near their end as the montage ends. Everything is coming to a head in our third act, and all of our subplots are nearing their end. And that is the end of Act 2, which I split into 2 parts. I think you can see why the single episode would have been ridiculously long, way too long to be practical. So hopefully you all enjoyed this. Let me know what you thought in the comments. I'm going to the outro.
And that's how the script goes. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I sure as hell didn't enjoy making it. This part took me so long. I'm sorry for all the delays. The third act, I would say it's going to be quicker, but I actually think it's going to take me a little longer. Maybe not as long as this time, but I'm still writing some quick rewrites on that and just setting some things up. So you should see the Get Out Guys really soon, though. That's almost done. Probably another episode of Stormlight before that. Speaking of, writing a Stormlight Archives TV show. It's a new writing series for me. New franchise, taking a little risk. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. It's right there. If you're looking for something more DC related, the Get Out Guys is going to go here when it comes out. But for now, this is Thunderbolts 2, if you haven't watched that yet. All my cape shit. It's there. Alright, I'll see y'all in the next one. Remember to like and subscribe. I've been Bjorn, the movie man, dude, person. Hello, I'm Bjorn. And as you can see, I'm back in a very fancy office. It's very nice, and that's because James Gunn has taken over DC. David Zaslav no longer has any control over me or this project. So, boom. The hell with you, you stinky guy. This is such a bad bit. I'm just going to end this bit completely. No more David Zaslav jokes ever again. This is easily the worst Bjorn bit in the history of Bjorn bits. Now, speaking of a good Bjorn bit, I've been secretly sending mixed messages to everyone about the kind of content of this movie. I've said things that are in it that just aren't. I've been spreading misinformation like crazy. Like, for example, I told everyone about a week ago this is the darkest thing I've ever written, and that it's so brutal, and that everyone's going to cry, and that half the cast die in it. It's complete misinformation. To be the truth, I like to spread misinformation on my YouTube channel and in my comments and in my Discord. It keeps people on their toes. But for this Thanksgiving, I decided to actually give you all a little treat. I'm not going to lie. This is actually maybe my first script to have a truly happy ending. I'm not even shitting you. This one has a happy ending. So there is some darkness, maybe a little bit of bittersweet in there, maybe a couple deaths. But honestly, this script has a happy ending. And you're not going to believe me until it actually comes. But yes, this one has a happy ending. Happy Thanksgiving. I just had to give you all a little break. The next movie, I can't say the same. So without further ado, let's just get into it. And I'm sorry for lying to y'all for so long. I just like to cause problems. I like to troll a little bit. You can forgive me for that. Anyway, let's get into it.
All right, we're gonna basically pick up right where we left off. Once again, if you have not watched the previous parts, what are you doing here, man? Go watch that, nerd. Clearly you're interested. You clicked on this. Welcome, by the way. Anyway, we're gonna go right into it now. So go back and watch that if you haven't caught up yet. We see Flatline laying in the bed. Her eyes slowly open. She quickly pulls up her shirt, and we can see a large scar there where the knife impacted her earlier. It's already healed. We see Chemo's ghost sitting next to her. He says, "Thank God you're okay." He starts as if to reach for her hand, then pulls back, remembering. She says, "Yeah, I'm alive. Thanks to you, I think. You picked up a knife." Chemo says, "Yeah, I did." Flatline says, "You're incredible." Chemo smiles and says, "You're the incredible one. You killed Black Canary." Flatline says, "Yeah, I promised. No more mercy. How am I not bleeding all over the damn place?" Chemo says, "The other Zatanna healed you. It was close, Nakia. We weren't sure you were going to make it. You got lucky." She says, "Yeah, lucky. It was close, Matthew. I didn't think I was going to survive. It was stupid to go out like that, and... Where are the others?" Chemo says, "They just left. They're doing it, Nakia. Going after the Justice League. Going after the Legion of Evil." Flatline says, "Not without me, they're not." She stands up from the bed and grabs her knife rope, which is sitting on the table across from her. She says, "No mercy. Let's get the rest of them." We're going to cut to Xanadu. I'm going to do a little retcon for the last episode. The last episode I ended with the teaser of them going through the portal. I'm actually going to cut that. Sorry, I made a mistake. I needed this scene before that and didn't want to do it last episode. So, bear with me. We see Xanadu holler to the crowds of people building up in front of the portal she's opened. It looks like a tear in the universe, and inside we can see an endless darkness. Xanadu says, "Listen to me. There are rules you must follow if you want to make it through this alive. Do not stare into the shattering too long. There are worlds out there, different than ours, and in some of them there are things that can infect you just by seeing them. If they take you, I cannot help. So try not to look too wrong. You may see some interesting things as you stare, but believe me, it is not worth the risk." Some mumble nervously in the crowd. She says, "And don't stray off the trail. We will follow a specific path, the path to my world. If you stumble off and lose your way, I cannot stave you. These are not the true dangers, though. I'd hoped to have time to prepare you for this, but we don't have that luxury. There are things which lurk between worlds, foul creatures which do not have a dimension of their own. They are echoes of what once was in the multiverse. These echoes feed upon the multiversal energy of those who stray between worlds in order to survive. They do not see the world as we do. They see it through perception and consciousness of themselves. You must not think of them. If you see them, pay them no mind. Don't stare at them. Don't fear them. Don't even acknowledge them. If they sense you, if they see you, there is not a force in existence that I know of which can save you. They will feed upon your dimensional resonance and slowly but surely wipe you from the face of the multiverse. Not only will you die here, but you will cease to exist everywhere, in every conceivable universe. It would be a death on a cosmic scale. So once again, I repeat, do not look them in the eyes. Do not acknowledge them. Don't speak to them. And most importantly, don't let yourself get lost in the worlds around you, because they will see you." They all look around nervously. Then Blue Beetle steps forward. "Don't acknowledge them. Don't think about them. Don't look at them." "Got it. I'll go first. I'm the leader, right? Gotta give a good example." He takes a deep breath, then steps into the tear. He steps forward into the shattering. We see the shattering of the multiverse in all of its splendor. The horizon is filled with thousands and thousands of cracks. Colorful light shines through them, making it almost a mosaic of shifting colors backed behind a broken sheet of glass. Ever so faintly, in each line, we can see scenes playing out. They're too far away to make out. A small, almost ethereal path winds forward and then branches into 1,000 different directions.
all made of cracked stone. We can see an occasional floating person dangling in the air as if suspended. Their eyes are blank and empty, featuring a black void that seems to go nowhere. Completely dead, they hang in the air. Around them, strange, lanky, disproportionate-like creatures dance and twirl in the air. The multiversal echoes and their victims. We hear the song Empire Ants by the Gorillaz begin to play as Blue Beetle stares out over the horizon, both terrifying and beautiful. I actually played with AI, and I made some fan art of what this should look like, so you can kind of picture it. It's a very bizarre concept, and this is original to my version of DC. I've never found anything like the shattering in fiction. It's completely my idea. So if you want to know what it looks like, there's some fan art. I might actually intersperse with fan art a couple of times, because there's some visuals in this particular act that are kind of bizarre. So I thought it would be easier to make a visual representation of them. Blue Beetle says, "This is breathtaking." Shade steps up to him. "It's disconcerting. It's shattering, even now." As he says it, we see another section of the sky shatter into even more shards. The cracks grow finer and finer, spreading out as if the glass is in the middle of shattering. The group begins to walk, following Xanadu. Occasionally, we see a body floating closer to the ground around the stone walkway. We can see in detail that their eyes are gone, and instead, their empty eye sockets are filled with a seemingly infinite void, almost three-dimensional within the socket. Strange dark lines pulse around their floating bodies. We see a particular woman eye one nervously. Her eyes happen to glance up and briefly catch the attention of one of the dangling, odd creatures dancing up there. She quickly looks away and keeps walking. Element Woman approaches Xanadu and begins a conversation. She says, "Shade tells me you have visions sometimes. Things that have never happened or will happen at some point. And you see them." Xanadu says, "You spoke the truth. I do at times glimpse visions of what is to come." Element Woman says, "Oh, that's good, because recently I find myself seeing things. People and places I've never been. Sequences that seem real just happen to me in them. I mean, I've always had strange thoughts, little glimpses of things I couldn't understand, like the upside down man and other things, but it's different. It's like it's getting worse. What is it like, what you do?" Xanadu says, "Ever since I was a child, I've been able to divinate the future. Always under strict rules and rituals. My mother made sure of it. The information I saw was controlled. But there was something else. A curse of the bloodline. My sister had it too before it drove her to go too far. We would get fits, bright flashing looks into the future, and what I saw would always come to pass without fail. Well, that wasn't until last year, I suppose. I saw a vision of a shadow consuming the world, of a moon shattering and Metropolis consumed. It didn't come to pass. I changed my future. I think these glimpses I get, and perhaps you get, are glimpses of what could be, not what will be. I think maybe I've been wrong all along. If you are truly seeing the future, it is not a curse as I thought. It is a chance for you to change what you've seen, once you understand it." Element Woman says, "And what if I don't understand what I'm seeing?" Xanadu says, "Then you must try to figure it out before it's too late." Element Woman nods. She says, "Thank you for everything. Even after I tried to hurt you, you helped me. You're a good person, Xanadu." Xanadu smiles and says, "I try." We're going to kind of pan the camera back until we see the same woman from earlier. Suddenly she stops. We can see the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She turns, then begins to collapse. As she's about to hit the ground, suddenly we're somewhere else. The woman finds herself in an alleyway. She's in different clothing. A large, complicated Victorian dress with purple and green silks. We can see gaslit lamps bolted to the stone walls around her. They fight back the shadows that flicker in the alley. The woman looks around confused. Then we hear footsteps approaching. They grow closer, echoing off the walls. She takes a step back reflexively. Nervous, she's beginning to shake. From the shadows, a figure emerges. It's the Batman. Only his outfit is different, more Victorian. Basically, think the Gotham by Gaslight version of Batman. The woman says, Batman? The Batman keeps stepping closer and closer to her. He's still mostly covered by the shadows. Just on the edge of the lamplight, he stops. The woman is more confused than ever. She takes another nervous step backwards. Batman says, Don't leave. Please. Suddenly, writhing tentacles begin to slither from his back. They grow a sickly purple green. His eyes glow green as well. The woman screams. The Batman says, Sarganathic calls you. He wants you. The tentacles begin to lurch towards the woman. She screams, turning to run. We can hear footsteps pounding behind her. She comes into a desolate street, better lit up by flickering lanterns. Suddenly, a massive eye opens up in the sky above her. We hear an echoing, creepy voice say, I see you. The woman stumbles back, then trips and falls. As she falls, we transition somewhere else in a clean cut. She's now standing behind a bar. She stumbles back and knocks over a bottle, confused. It falls to the ground and shatters. She looks around wildly. She's in different clothes now, wearing a sort of spaghetti western attire. A voice says, Something wrong, Kate? She looks up. 2 men are sitting at a bar in front of her. Both are cowboys. One wears an eye patch, and the other wears a strange set of red glasses. Kate says, Where am I? What is this? Who are you? The man says, What are you talking about? She holds up a hand to her nose, and blood drips violently. In the mirror worked into the bar, we can see 2 figures sitting behind her, the echoes, their eyes wide open. In them, we can see an endless nothingness. They say, We see you! We found you! Echoed amongst themselves, like overlapping voices. Suddenly, the woman falls to the ground in a heap. The 2 men at the bar look surprised. One man lowers his glasses. His eyes glow a strange, reflective gray like a predator. We recognize him as John Weber. He looks over the bar at the woman. It's clear she's dead. She's not breathing and blood runs from her nose. John says, What happened to her? Ghost Eye says, I've heard about this. They call it the sudden death. Person's acts confused, then drops dead. Never seen it myself. Damn. And I like this saloon too. John says, Well, let's not stick around. Last thing we need is a law poking around. The camera moves up, and we focus on the dead woman behind the bar. We transition from her face back to the shattering. The woman's body is completely still, and her eyes are vacant. Blood runs from her nose, eyes, and mouth. She begins to float off the ground, twirling into the air until she's completely suspended. She becomes a floating corpse just like all the rest. Her death in the multiverse is complete, dying in every single universe all at once. One of the survivors vomit. But they can't stop. They keep moving forward. As they do, in the distance, we can see a section of the sky crack again as the shattering grows. Xanadu yells, Don't stop moving! We're getting close! The camera moves ahead, past some of the echoes floating ominously in the shattering. The camera moves up into one of the cracks of the shattering. And from it, we're going to cut back to Inverse Earth. We see the Inverse Justice League standing on the street in Metropolis. We can see the Daily Planet looming in the background as like a cool visual. Mirror Master says, Did you put out the video, Lex? Lex nods. He says, I uploaded it about 10 minutes ago. They'll be here soon. They won't be able to ignore the bait. We see Flatland run up to the others in her costume. She's out of breath. There's still a tear and blood stain in it from where she fought Black Canary. Lex says, What are you doing out of bed? Flatland says, You thought I'd let you do this without me? You know me better than that. You need me. Luthor says, You always were a tough one. Thanks to you, they're down one before the fight even begins. Flatline says, I'm going to kill another one. Suddenly, a portal opens up. If I recall correctly, Cyborg can kind of open up like tech portals. So we're gonna use that to sort of get the evil Justice League here just for the sake of speed in the narrative, basically. So they're gonna show up. It's the members I've announced previously: Nightwing, Robin, Nightwing/Robin, Supergirl, Cyborg, Martian Manhunter, and Inverse Zatanna. Supergirl says, Oh, how nice of you to tell us where to find you. Saved us some effort. Lex Luthor calls back. Are we just going to stand here and quip? Oh, I forgot to mention this, but he's in his big suit, like his classic comic book suit. Supergirl says, No, I suppose we aren't. Kill them!
Both sides begin to run towards each other, breaking into individual fights. We see Lex fight Cyborg using his tech suit. Mirror Master fires his laser pistol at Nightwing, who dodges, trying to move in close. Flatline begins to attack Robin too, launching her knife rope. He expertly dodges each of the attacks, trained by the Batman himself. We see Firefly launch towards Martian Manhunter quickly, engulfing him in fire from his flamethrower. Martian Manhunter seems caught off guard by the attack. He panics, not knowing what to do as he burns. Fire is his weakness. He flies upward. Firefly laughs and chases after him. In the middle of the chaos, we see John and Zatanna suddenly slump, stopping where they are out of nowhere. We're going to cut to a dark void. We can see purple smoke twirling around. Both John and Zatanna appear there. In front of them, we see Inverse Zatanna. Inverse Zatanna says, "Have you thought of my proposal, John?" Constantine says, "Not interested." Inverse Zatanna says, "We'll see. Once I take care of the other me, you'll change your tune. You'll have no choice left." They're going to go into a spell battle. Zatanna and Constantine are going to kind of team up, combining spells. Very cool, over-the-top set piece. Just whatever. Let the VFX guys go crazy. I don't like to linger on these sorts of fights because whatever you're imagining in your head is 10 times cooler than whatever I can come up with. But in the middle of all the chaos, our Zatanna is going to get hit by a blast and get knocked unconscious. From there, we're going to cut back to the streets. We see Constantine and Zatanna slumped down, standing up, staring at the ground. They seem transfixed. Flatline looks and says, "What's wrong with them?" She dodges a knife thrown from Nightwing as she does. Lex Luthor looks. "Hell if I know. It's the sorceress." He throws a punch at Cyborg, slamming his fist into him and throwing Cyborg away. He uses the opportunity to turn over and walk towards them. "Zatanna got them. Keep them alive and hope they win." Supergirl suddenly slams down and lands on the ground. She's entering the combat. Lex turns and looks at her in his suit. He drops his mask and says, "I'll take Supergirl." Flatline says, "I can keep them alive." Lex Luthor says, "Right. Time to kill a Kryptonian." He pops his arm out and a blade made of kryptonite pops free. In the middle of the melee of the fight, we're going to see Nightwing notice Zatanna and John Constantine unconscious. He laughs, pulling 3 shuriken from his belt. He throws them at John Constantine. Flatline sees and thrusts her hand in the way, catching each of the shuriken, sticking into her arm. Really fucking brutal. She winces and blood drips from her hands, but she saved John Constantine. Robin laughs. "You took the bait." He begins to move in close, taking her weakness to his advantage. The two are going to get into a hand-to-hand fight in all the chaos. We can see the other fight sort of happening in the background. Mirror Master is now taking on Cyborg, firing his laser pistol and keeping his distance. She begins a melee attack with Robin, but she's obviously on the back foot. She's still recovering from her previous night's little adventure, and she's now got shurikens in her arms. So she's on the back foot. Robin is relentless against her. In the middle of the fight, she says, "Why did you do it? Why did you kill Damien?" Robin laughs. "He was too weak, too much like my father. Oh, the Batman got his claws in him too deep. There was no recovering that. I follow my orders." Flatline screams and throws the knife rope. It cuts Dick Grayson on the cheek, and he manages to dodge just out of the way. He pulls out one of his stun batons and nails Flatline with it in the chest. She lets out a howl and then punches him, sending him backwards. The two are back where they started. Flatline comes in and dives at Robin, knocking him to the ground. Robin tries to stick her with the stun baton, but she kicks it away. She begins to push her own arm towards him. The sharp ends of the shuriken sticking out of her arm begin to approach Robin's neck. She snarls, trying to push her hand closer and closer to him. The tips of the shurikens are now just beginning to brush Robin's neck. We can see them leave a small cut. She yells, "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" The shurikens drip with her own blood as they get closer. He struggles to fight back, and she continues to kick him in the side with her own leg as she pushes it closer. Finally, Robin screams. Using all of his strength, he pushes Flatline off. She's sent to the ground and hits her head on a loose piece of rock on the ground. She's dazed, and blood runs from her head. She stumbles and falls to the ground. Robin stands up and laughs. He draws his sword. "After all that, a hit to the head with a rock. What a way to go, Flatline." He draws closer to her. We can see her limp body reflected in the blade. Her eyes are confused. She tries to sit up and fails, flopping backwards. We can see her limp body reflected in the blade.
A sinister, bloodthirsty smile grows across Nightwing's face. He raises the blade up for the kill. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna enjoy this one. As his blade begins to fall, we see a flash of blue light. Chemo possesses Robin, and the blade stops midair. His eyes look confused. He begins to struggle, and we can see his entire body begin to shake. Then his eyes turn a deep, glowing blue. Robin turns and looks at Flatline. Nikia, are you okay? She seems to be recovering from her daze. She looks up at him. Matthew? Robin says in a sinister, kind of overlapping, like not right voice. Yeah, this one's not so tough in the mind. He's weak. The possessed Robin holds the blade out, then turns it towards his own body. We see Chemo in Robin's body say, GG. He thrusts the blade into himself, then twists, spilling Robin's guts. We see Chemo's ghost launch out of the back of Robin's body. Robin looks down at horror at his own guts falling out of his body, then screams. He falls down, blood flowing from his body. It doesn't take long before he's completely quiet. Flatline stumbles to her feet, then looks over at Chemo. She smiles. Then looks over at Chemo. She smiles. Chemo says, bizarrely, that felt good. We see Firefly and Martian Manhunter soaring through the sky. Firefly chases after the burning Manhunter with his jetpack, changing and moving his direction midair. Manhunter is screaming and darting around, desperately trying to find a way to put out the fire. Finally, Firefly manages to grab him in a bear hug. The two begin to plummet through the sky, barely held aloft by the jetpack. We can see his skin is burned by the fire coming from Manhunter's skin. Firefly barely even reacts. I've been waiting for this. You should know. I have a terminal disease. It's been eating at me for weeks. I'm a dead man. And I made this suit just for you, you Xeno fuck. He begins twisting dials as his skin burns and he clings to the Manhunter. We can see the pressure gauge on the back of his suit begin to increase. And his fuel tank begins to burst with licks of flame. It's about to implode. Firefly says, you know, in hell, there's nothing but fire. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. The tank explodes into a giant ball of fire, and the Manhunter and Firefly go down a literal ball of glory. We're going to cut to Lex Luthor as he battles Supergirl. He manages to cut her a few times with the kryptonite, but she's been slowly picking away at his suit. His arm is completely disabled, and she sends a burst of laser vision right towards him. He tries again, swinging wildly with the kryptonite sword, but misses. She hits him again with a fist, breaking the mask off his suit. His head's exposed. He knows what's coming, and so he makes a last-minute charge. Screaming with all of his might and running towards Supergirl, kryptonite blade out. Lex yells, for Bruce! He runs, kryptonite blade out, but he's too late. She merely smiles and sends a single bolt of her laser vision right through his skull. His body crumples to the floor right in front of her, the kryptonite blade only an inch from her. She laughs, and then turns to look at the rest of the fight. We're going to cut back to the shattering. We can see multiple people have now died. They're floating up behind the large group. People are nervous. Element Woman is holding Shade's hand. He clutches also to it tightly. Shade turns to look at her and accidentally catches sight of one of the echoes. Then suddenly, he's somewhere else. We're going to cut to blackness. A single stage light explodes onto the scene. It illuminates Shade sitting at his piano. He looks sad, somber. He begins to play. The melody is soft and somber. I'm just going to say, I'm not Sam from the Masochist. I can't write instrumental music. Forgive me. The music begins to pick up in intensity as Shade begins to sing. That's right, motherfuckers. We're getting a Shade musical number. Those who are in my Discord already know this is coming and have actually heard this. I did a lot of trial runs for this. I wrote the lyrics, realized I can't sing, and I was trying to find another solution for this because I wanted to do this scene, as silly as it is. The solution I fell upon was, once again, the miraculous power of AI technology, which can make an AI that can sing any lyrics you give it, and if you give it, like, keywords and descriptions of how you want the music to sound, you can even get the music to be right. So this isn't 100% great, like it's not all there, but I wrote a musical number and it's finished, and it's actually pretty okay. I think it's pretty damn catchy. So without further ado, the Shade musical number. I'm going to let the musical play out, and then when we get to sequences that are like things happening in between, I'm going to cut in and describe what's happening.
I'm down to the beginning. Along my madness, held back by only a magic fist. I destroyed my own home, and I know how the rest goes. Those I love will leave me again.
More stage lights appear, lighting further back. We can see the ruins of Meta surrounding him, only they don't look real. They're like backdrops for a stage play, made of cardboard.
It's always how this goes. Too much of a good thing, I suppose. Why must I be the changing man? Why must madness follow me? Can I just be sane? If even just for a day, I want a normal life and to have love that lasts. Is this too much to ask?
He lets the piano playing fall quiet. A single light shines on the opposite end of the stage, illuminating Nightshade. Nightshade says, "I never stopped loving you, Shade." Lights begin to reveal a band being staffed by all the members of Justice League Dark. They're each playing instruments. We see Dorothy on a trumpet, Xanadu on drums, Constantine playing a tuba or whatever instrument, and Flatline on a guitar. Then Nightshade begins to sing.
I'm still here, just trapped in your blade. You locked me away in that cursed place. I wanted the best for you. It was you that killed me, even after I offered you everything. Oh, my changing man, are you just so mad? You can't see what's plain. All those voices in your head, yet you won't listen to your heart. We can be together again. All you have to do is remove your seal.
She says, "Just take off the madness vest." The light on Nightshade vanishes, and then another one shines on Shade once more. We see rotten hands begin to climb up his body. They begin to pull at the madness vest. We can hear chanting, "Take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off." The chanting slowly fades into the beat of the score. Shade looks up, and Nightshade is right in front of him. "It was only ever a prison for you, Shade. Unleash what is you. Let yourself free of it." Shade bows his head. He lets the madness vest fall to the floor. Nightshade laughs. The music becomes chaotic and frenzied. The piano vanishes, and Shade is left standing on a stage. The ground begins to shake, and the stage rises from the ground. Members of Justice League Dark, previously on the instruments, transform into twisted versions of Nightshade. Her vocals become more sinister and aggressive.
Oh, my changing man, what a hard life you've lived. Even your mother tossed you away. Left at the bottom of a church's door. You grew up without love. You were just a lab rat, taken to an institute. All that despair, is that when your madness began? My poor changing man, did you ever stand a chance? But things are changing now. The shadows are closing in. He is close at hand.
Stop this now, you witch. I never asked for this. It was you who betrayed me.
Oh, my changing man, you don't understand. You cannot change a thing. The fates remain the same. Surely you must see it, Shade.
The light shines on Shade again. He's holding the Dawn Spear. He looks at it confused as it warps the light around him. The bodies of the Justice League Dark surround him, blood soaking into the ground. It's as if he's taking Constantine's place.
Something's wrong, why am I singing on this stage? How am I holding this spear? Don't you think it's weird? It can't be here, yes it's clear. There's something very wrong here. Something very wrong. Something very wrong with me.
Oh, my changing man, you don't understand. You cannot change a thing. The fates remain the same. Surely you must see it, Shade. Oh, my changing man, you'll never escape me again. Have you finally seen the truth?
A stage light illuminates Element Woman. "Shade, come back to me, please. I can't lose you. Don't die. Save him, please, Xanadu." We hear a faint whisper, for as quiet as it is, it carries loudly. I can't help him. This is beyond me. They have seen him, and he will die. The shadows surround Element Woman, then crush her like a grape. Blood seeps across the floor, and Nightshade rises from it, coated in blood. The song continues.
What did you do to her? Why are you doing this? Is this only a game to you?
Oh, my changing man, you let me out again. The shadows cover everything.
I'll stop you again. You won't hurt my friends. I won't let you have your revenge. I'll stop you again. You won't hurt my friends. I won't let you have your revenge.
You're my changing man. You'll never escape me again. Have you finally seen the truth? Oh, my changing man, you let me out again. The shadows cover everything. Not a life left spare. Darkness everywhere. No souls left there.
Stop this now. I want out. You're still too foul. Not the woman I love.
Oh, my changing man, the world is unprepared. The upside down man opens his tear. Oh, my changing man, can't you see it yet? It's all coming to an end. Oh, my changing man, it was you who let me through. Changing man, devil and will stain your hair. Stop it, stop together. Cursing man, the curse no longer binds him. Should you really be surprised? Changing man, surely you see it now. It was always your fault. All your efforts will be for naught.
Stop this now. I want out. You're still too foul. Not the woman I loved.
A stone pillar appears below Shade, rising him higher and higher. Bright neon lights appear behind him like a stage show. They spell Shade. It's massive and it flickers. We hear a chant. All of the Nightshades begin to climb up the side of the stone pillar, trying to reach Shade. They chant, Changing man, changing man, changing man, changing man, changing man. The lit up stage begins to flash. The lit up sign begins to flash. Suddenly, its light vanishes and the whole screen is left in darkness. Two massive eyes open up in the darkness. They're twisted and odd, with bright purple pupils and a seemingly endless void-like darkness to them. A large rumbling voice shakes the room. I see you! The lit up sign behind Shade lights up once more. It spells I see you. Nightshade climbs onto the tower at last. She smiles and blood begins to run from Shade's nose. He collapses, falling off the side of the pillar, plummeting towards his death. We're going to cut to a pyramid in the desert. We see Shade standing atop a great pyramid, swirling colors of madness that fill the sky around him. Hundreds of people are laying on the ground with their arms held out praising him. He is their god, the changing man. He begins to levitate above the pyramid, and the entire sky becomes washed with colors. Suddenly, blood starts to run from his nose. He looks confused. Then a gigantic eye opens up in the background. The words are spoken once more that shake the very earth. We see you! We cut to a ruined city in Iraq. We see Shade dressed in military apparel. He clears a building with 3 other men. He turns a corner, and we see a terrorist armed with a gun. He shoots him, dropping him instantly. Suddenly he stops and holds a hand to his head. Blood begins to run from his nose and eyes. He stumbles to the ground, and his men surround him. An eye opens up down the hall, filling the entire space. The voice rattles the earth again. We see you! This version of Shade screams. The reality around him begins to warp, and we can see the shattering. Another version of Shade lies on the floor of the shattering. He screams also. Beyond him, thousands of different shades in thousands of different costumes all scream. Hundreds of massive eyes opening up in the darkness. We see you! We see all of you! We slam cut to Shade, stumbling over in the shattering. Blood running from his eyes and ears. Element Woman screams and begs Xanadu to help him. But she can't. He begins to levitate off the ground, floating up to join all the other bodies in the sky, completely devoid of life. His entire existence being erased from the multiverse. We're going to cut to Constantine. We see Inverse Zatanna and John facing each other down. Zatanna says, "I would have loved you." Constantine says, "And I wouldn't have been interested." Inverse Zatanna says, "I know what you want. Your eyes lingered on it the first time I saw you. Well, you can't have it." She slips the portal ring off her finger, then destroys it with a magical burst of energy. Constantine says, "No!" Zatanna says, "That's right. You're trapped here with me. But not for long. You're just like mine, the one who died. There's no saving you." "I won't make the same mistake twice." Swirling magic begins to appear in her hand. "I'm gonna kill you, John Constantine." John cracks a smile. Magical energy begins to ooze off of him. Zatanna smiles as well. "God, John, you're so powerful. It's effortless for you, isn't it? But you're still holding back, trying to impress her, that weak version of me. Her mercy is a weakness, a plague." John says, "The thing is," we hear a loud bang, and a hole is blown through John's duster. Zatanna looks down with surprise, and we see blood running from her shirt. John slides his duster back, revealing the holy shotgun. John says, "Magic ain't everything. I'll give you this. You had one thing right about me, love. I'm a ruthless bastard." Inverse Zatanna tries to take a step forward, but then stumbles. She falls to the ground as blood oozes out of her body. The purple clouds begin to fade away. Inverse Zatanna falls to the ground in a heap. Our version of Zatanna gets up from her enchantment and stumbles over to John. She sees Zatanna's body on the floor. Our Zatanna says, "How did you kill her by yourself?" John flashes her the shotgun. He says, "Oh, that turns out all the magic in the world won't protect you from a bullet you don't see coming." Zatanna actually smiles. "I would have never thought of that." Constantine says, "I know." He gestures to the body. "That's why it worked. You tend to solve problems with magic. Sometimes I prefer a more hands-on approach." Zatanna laughs. The dark void of magic around them begins to fade away, bleeding back to Metropolis. Constantine turns to Zatanna. She destroyed the portal ring. Zatanna says, "We'll find another one. For now, we've got bigger problems." We're going to cut back to the fight. We see Cyborg launch a blast at Mirror Master, who's hit and sent spiraling to the floor. Flatline tries to approach him from the side, and he hits her with a taser dart. She screams as the electricity pulses through her. We see Mirror Master get back up. He pulls the EMP grenade they built from his belt. While Cyborg is turned away facing Flatline, he pulls the pin and throws it. His aim is good. It's heading right for Cyborg. Almost robotically, Cyborg turns and catches it from the air. He holds the pin down, keeping it from detonating. He looks at it and smiles. "An EMP bomb. That's your plan? I was an all-star quarterback." He throws the EMP away with little effort. We can hear it begin to tick again as it flies away. Suddenly, something swoops by in the air and snags it. The camera reveals Sportsmaster on his rocket skis holding a lacrosse stick. He's got the EMP cradled in it. He says, "You may have been an all-star, but I'm the master." He hurls the EMP back and it detonates right in front of Cyborg. Almost immediately, all of his tech shuts down and he falls limp. Only his eye is moving in a panic. Sportsmaster turns midair on his skis and drifts down. He holds his hand out and presses a button, and his javelin extends out. He says, "And now for the gold medal throw." He turns and hurls the javelin. The camera zooms in on Cyborg's one eye as it opens wide. The javelin pierces right through it and then goes out the other side of his body. Sportsmaster flies down and skids to a stop on the ground next to Flatline and Mirror Master. He says, "Bullseye." We see Supergirl finishing off Lex's body. It falls to the ground. She turns to face the other two next to Cyborg's body. She laughs. "He was weak anyway. I don't need any of these clowns. This ends now." John Constantine and Zatanna join up, having just woken up from their illusions. We get a brief team-up shot of them. Mirror Master says, "Just in time. You remember the plan? I'm the bait. You're the trap." We're going to cut to the shattering. We see Element Woman trying to pull Shade down, but he continues to be pulled up into the sky. She cries one last time, and something changes. Her eyes begin to grow bright white, and her skin becomes luminescent. It glows faintly with a white light. All of the multiversal echoes turn to look at her and scream in an unhuman way. Light seems to pour off of her, illuminating the whole shattering. The multiversal echoes begin to back away, then seem to flee deeper into the shattering, out of sight. Shade's body begins to lower down, pulled by an element woman. The dark, endless nothing in his eyes begins to fade away, replaced with a bright white light. Then Shade's eyes open and turn normal. He looks up confused. We see quick shots of all the other different versions of Shade waking up with bright white in their eyes. Then it fades away. He says, "What?" Element Woman hugs him tight, sobbing. Xanadu looks baffled. "What did you do? What are you really?" Element Woman shakes her head. "I don't know." We're going to cut to the shadow dimension. We see Dorothy creeping into Upside Down Man's room. He sits on his throne, but he doesn't seem to see her. Instead, his head moves in all different directions. He's looking in one direction, then another, jerking around in an awkward way. We can see faint glowing lights in front of him. They look like the broken lines of the shattering, moving around in front of him and growing and shrinking. She creeps by him carefully, then reaches the skeleton in the cabinet. She carefully opens the case, then slides the ring off its finger. She lets out a relieved sigh, then clutches it, taking it back to Dr. Mist. Finally, they can escape the shadow dimension. We're going to cut to Inverse Earth. We see Mirror Master step out in front, walking towards Supergirl. She notices him. "I really enjoyed the show. Honestly, I probably would have done it anyway. They were starting to irritate me. So arrogant. Not close to the worthy successors for what we lost. I'm going to kill you now." She goes to fly forward towards him at full speed, breaking the sound barrier. Glass shatters in all the buildings around her as the sonic boom goes off. Mirror Master holds his ground. At the last second, a magical mirror appears right in front of him, and he touches it. Supergirl flies straight into the mirror dimension. Mirror Master takes a deep breath. He nods to the others, then drifts into the mirror, holding his kryptonite spear in one hand. We see Supergirl in the mirror dimension. She looks around confused. Warping versions of her are reflected in all the glass around her. We can see her saving the day, helping people, battling aliens, fighting Darkseid. Thousands of different images all playing out at once. Mirror Master says, we hear Mirror Master's voice echoing through the mirror dimension. "I'm tired of appealing to a better half I know you don't have." Supergirl laughs, looking around all the hollow mirrors. She's not impressed. "I could leave you here to die slowly, let you starve, surrounded by reflections of what could have been. I really want to. I imagine your suffering, and it puts a smile on my face. But I don't want to be that guy. Someone Glider would have hated." Supergirl says, "So you're going to spare me then?" She laughs. "This is why you always lose. You really should be more like Flatline. She understands the cost of war. You pacifists never got the memo, and you'll always lose for it." Mirror Master steps out of a mirror in front of her. "I think you misunderstand." She reaches out to grab him, and her fingers pass right through an illusion. Suddenly, a spear of kryptonite rips right through Supergirl's chest. The camera pans around, and we see another Mirror Master holding the spear. The one in front of her vanishes into a fractal. Mirror Master says, "I just said I wouldn't let you suffer. I never said I was going to let you live. You've spread nothing but suffering for too long, like a rabid dog. Someone has to put you down." Supergirl looks around desperately, but she's too weak. The kryptonite is killing her, sapping her strength. Blood is leaking from her bodies. Her eyes drift to the mirror. We see a version of her saving a civilian from a car crash. The people smile and cheer her name. The little girl she saves hugs her tight. Her eyes go wide, then she dies. Her body falls to the floor in the mirror dimension. Mirror Master falls to his knees next to her. Tears in his eyes. Blood sprayed across his face. It's the first time he's ever killed someone. We're going to cut back to the shadow dimension. We see Upside Down Man entering Dorothy's room. He says, "Dorothy, I've been doing some thinking. There may be a way to hold the shattering back for a time without destroying the humans. I've been watching them, and I think you might be right." He cuts off as he realizes Dorothy isn't in the room. "Dorothy?" He looks around. We briefly follow him as he goes from room to room, becoming more and more confused, then angry. He holds his hand out. and the living shadow comes to him like a dog. It pools there and whispers something to his ear. He says, "Find her." We're going to cut to Inverse Earth. We see Flatline sitting down. The battle is won. Everything is over. In the distance, we can see Mirror Master dragging Supergirl's body out of the mirror dimension. People around them begin to cheer, and the other members that survive the Justice League let out a holler of joy. Even Constantine and Zatanna hug each other. Not Flatline. She looks down at the floor. We see Chemo's ghost appear behind her. He says, I think it's time, Nakia. I love you. I really do, but I can't stay here anymore. You made a promise, Nakia. You promised me that we would do this, and I feel the beckon. The other side, it calls me. This world is cold. She nods her head, but doesn't want to look at him. It's breaking her heart. He says, "We had a good run. Gave it a good shot, the best we could." Flatline nods again. "But it's time, Nakia. I'm ready to go." She shakes her head. "We can find another way. I could bring you back. There are certain magics that can do it. I've read." Chemo says, "Nakia, look at me." She turns to look at him. "I've been living on borrowed time as long as I can remember. I spent so much of it trying to claw the life that I forgot to live. Until I met you. Every day I had with you was a gift I didn't deserve. You made me so much better. I came to terms with my death a while ago, and it's been coming for a long time." Flatline looks up at him. "I'm already gone. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. Hey, you've seen the other side. It's not so bad." Flatline says, "Using my own words against me. That's not fair." Chemo says, "At least this way it'll have a point. I'll finally get to kiss you." Flatline squeezes her eyes shut, then nods. She says, "Fine, I'll do it." We hear Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brotherhood begin to play, the same song from the movie Ghost. As she leans in and kisses Chemo, blue-green energy sparks around them, and we can see tears leaking from her eyes. Chemo's body begins to shimmer, warping. Then, in a poof of brilliant glowing light, he vanishes. His soul passed on. Flatline begins to break down in tears. She lost the last thing in her life, and she falls to her knees. After a while, we see a hand touch her shoulder. She looks up, and we see Sportsmaster. He says, "You hurt, kid?" Flatline says, "No, not really." Sportsmaster says, "So he passed on then." Nakia looks surprised. "How?" Sportsmaster says, "Come on, kid. You think I didn't notice you've been talking to the air? I know better than most how hard that is. I'm sorry." Flatline says, "It's what he wanted. I thought that might make it easier, but it didn't." Sportsmaster says, "It's never easy, but it does get better. With time. You're strong. You've got this." We hear a sound like sparking energy. The both of them look up, and we see a portal open in front of them. Dr. Myth steps out, then Dorothy Spinner. She recovers the portal ring from the ground, then looks up. Flatline and Sportsmaster stand up, and Flatline clutches her knife. Dorothy sees them, and her mouth drops open. "Nakia? Croc?" The Sportsmaster and Flatline look confused at each other. Sportsmaster asks, "Do you know her?" Flatline says, "No, I've never seen her." Dorothy rushes over and hugs them both tightly. They both look very confused, but accept it. She's a child after all. Dorothy says, "I thought you were dead." Dr. Mist touches her shoulder. He says, "They are dead. These aren't yours. This isn't our world. I can feel it in the magic." Dorothy says, "That's impossible. I asked the ring to take us to Zatanna." Flatline says, "You're hers then. The castaways. They're over there." Dorothy spots Zatanna and Constantine at the same time they do. Zatanna runs to her and wraps her up in a hug. She says, "You're okay." Dorothy says, "I'm fine. I went to another place, but we escaped." Dr. Mist walks up. "We have a problem. There was a thing on the other side with us. It was bad news. Dark magic. More powerful than anything I've ever felt. It terrified me." Zatanna says, "What happened to it?" Dr. Mist says, "We think it's trapped, but it's trying to claw its way out. We have to warn the others and prepare. Do you know where Xanadu is?" Zatanna says, she went somewhere else, another world than us. I lost contact with her a while ago. They were trying to escape their world and get back to ours. Dorothy says, we can help you get back. We took this when we left. She holds open her hand and reveals the portal ring. Constantine says, that kid is some bloody good news. This world is so upside down you wouldn't believe it. We see Mirror Master work his way over to Flatline and Sportsmaster. Sportsmaster says, it's done then. Mirror Master nods, his hands coated in blood. Flatline says, I know that was hard, but you did the right thing. Sportsmaster says, she's right. Thanks to you, my little girl can grow up in a world that's good and safe. No fear from those monsters. Mirror Master says, it felt good. Driving that spear into her. That's the part that terrifies me. Bruce was right. It would be so easy to fall into that world and be just like them. Sportsmaster says, we won't. We're going to build something better. Mirror Master says, I hope so. People begin to trickle slowly out of the buildings. Even a news helicopter flies overhead. We briefly see a shot of the TV inside the bar playing news reports that the Inverse Legion of Evil are dead. People begin to cheer and celebrate in the streets, crying out to their heroes who won the day. Sportsmaster smiles and waves full of confidence, making up for the other two looking somber. Suddenly, the camera begins to move towards Flatline. We get a dolly zoom shot of her face, which is like where the camera zooms in and moves at the same time, so it makes this like kind of like weird focusing effect. You've seen this in Jaws. Her eyes widen. We get a stylistic shot of the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. What is that? Zatanna and Constantine also look up, frightened. Dorothy looks confused, and so does Dr. Mist. Dr. Mist says, what is it? Constantine says, I don't know. Something bad. We cut to Xanadu and the others. We see the survivors working their way through the shattering. Finally, they reach one of the ends of the path. We can see a large portal begin to rip open as Xanadu speaks the incantation words. The survivors begin to pour through the portal. Those that survive are haggard and tired. They've seen horrible things. Finally, we see Xanadu step into Earth. She's home, and she's made it. Almost instantly, she's struck by a strange feeling. She holds a hand to her head, then collapses to the floor. She looks up, and her eyes are solid white. We're plunged into a vision, and it's the same one we've seen 100 times, the same one that's been plaguing her. Metropolis stands proud and beautiful. Suddenly, living shadows erupt from it. They begin to consume everything, and the buildings begin to topple. We see people screaming and running. They're pulled by tendrils of shadows and consumed. We see the flash of a child falling into a shadow. We see Zatanna and Constantine running towards a portal. Zatanna is crying as she looks over her shoulder at the destruction. Jean pulls her along by her hand. They reach a portal. Suddenly, the screen flickers, tearing for a moment. We see Flatline standing with them, screaming and trying to go back as they pull her towards the portal. Then she's gone. It's only Zatanna and Constantine. They step into the portal. The scene begins to flicker again, and Flatline's there, being pulled into the portal. We see Xanadu, her face echoing 1,000 times. She screams, and even the scream is echoed. We're going to cut to Inverse Earth. All of our heroes look down the Metropolis street. Zatanna looks completely panicked. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The people continue to gather in the streets, cheering. Suddenly, something appears in the air. A few wisps of dark shadow. Then, it begins to split open like a crack. A tear in reality. Two gray fingers with nails cling to the edges of the tear, pulling it open, pulling it wide. We see the upside-down man begin to pull himself through the hole, ripping open a tear as he does. His body twists and contorts through, his head bent in the wrong direction, and his back completely facing the wrong way. He climbs out of the hole on all fours, ripping open the hole behind him until finally he makes it through. He twists his bones back into the right position, and then spins his back around so that he's all in one piece. Finally, he looks up. His terrible shark teeth are clear, and his eyes are full of rage. Dorothy sees him and screams, "It's him!" John Constantine's hand ignites into fire. Dorothy screams, pulling on him, "Don't fight him, don't fight him, we have to run! Use the portal ring!" Sportsmaster looks and says, "What is that?" Dr. Mist says, "The Upside Down Man." Shadows begin to leak from the tear behind the Upside Down Man. His eyes seem to focus on Dorothy. Then they scan around him, seeing all the people. His face turns into a sneer. "Always the same. You lead her astray. Trying to take her from me. I was going to show mercy to you. But you humans are always the same. A blight, a plague." He stops as if realizing something. I'm the cure. The shadows erupt from him, beginning to kill the people, ripping them to shreds and tearing them apart. Upside Down Man begins to walk towards Dorothy in a strange, creepy gait. She begins to back away. She trips and drops the portal ring. It rolls down the street away from her, getting lost in the chaos of people screaming and running. She starts climbing towards it. Upside Down Man gets closer and begins to float into the air. The buildings in the distance collapse as the living shadow consumes them. Xanity's vision brought to life. It smashes through the streets, killing people as it went. Mirror Master says, "We have to stop him. Constantine, the mirror. I can trap it in the mirror dimension." Constantine and Zatanna work together to conjure a mirror. They send it flying towards Upside Down Man, and he's pulled into the mirror dimension and swallowed. We see Mirror Master shrink into his own mirror shard. He finds himself back in the twisting halls of the mirror dimension. We can see reflections of him all around him. One in communist China, another battling people in a jungle wearing an Aztec outfit. We see Upside Down Man also looking around, surrounded by reflections. Upside Down Man says, "The mirror dimension. How could a human learn to come here?" Mirror Master says, "Clearly you underestimate us. I don't know what you are, but I won't let you rain terror on my city. I'm going to stop you, even if I have to trap you in this twisting world forever." Upside Down Man says, "You think this confuses me? You don't get it. I built this place." We see Mirror Master pause. That caught him off guard. Upside Down Man says, "It was a whim. One of my early projects. A failed experiment. I tried to find others like me. You see, it let me learn a truth. I am alone in your shatterings. Do you know what I see when I look into these mirrors?" The creature turns and looks right at Mirror Master. "I see only you." The mirrors begin to shatter all around him. A small wisp of the living shadow snags Mirror Master by his throat and drags him through mirrors that shatter as he presses them. In each one, we see a reflection of what could have been, a version of Mirror Master. Then he comes face to face with Upside Down Man. Upside Down Man holds him up by his shadow and says, "You tried to take her from me, and your world will pay. All your worlds will pay." Upside Down Man opens his mouth, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. "No more humans." He cuts off Mirror Master's head with the living shadow as a blade. Mirror Master's eyes go wide as his head slides off his body. We see where he's looking. A single reflection. He's holding a woman at gunpoint with his laser pistol, committing crime in an alternate universe. He truly is the one of his kind, the only good version of himself. He was alone. It breaks his heart as he dies. We cut outside the mirror dimension. All the others stare at the mirror as Dorothy finally grabs the portal ring. She holds it up. We see Mirror Master's head get thrown from the mirror. It falls into the floor and rolls lazily till it's looking right towards our heroes. Flatline screams. Then the shadows begin to ooze out from the mirror dimension and explode outwards, beginning their reign of terror once more. They climb building and tear through people who are running. They drop part of a building and it falls into some rubble. We see a child crying as her mother is crushed by the rubble. The shadows close around her like hungry predators eyeing prey. We see Sportsmaster notice the child. Flatline looks at him with fear. "Don't," Sportsmaster says, "and leave a kid. That's not my way." He taps his boots and the rocket skis come out. He flies at full speed, twirling towards the child in the living shadow, leaving a cloud of smoke in his trail. He snags the kid just as the shadows are about to consume her, then twirls in the air, pulling up, spinning to avoid the shadows that are lurching up to grab him. He dodges them with ease. He pulls the child close. He whispers, "I've got you. You're gonna be okay." A building begins to collapse towards him, and he spins, smashing through a window. He flies through an office building, dodging falling debris as the building crumbles to the ground. Holding the child tight, he explodes out through the top of the building as it collapses behind him. Then he spins down. He's gonna make it. He works his way back towards the others. We can see Dorothy beginning to open up a portal with the portal ring. Then a shadow tendril clings to the back of his rocket ski and snaps it off. He begins to twirl, and the child falls from his arm. He screams, reaching for her, but he's too late. She falls below into the shadow. The tendrils of the living shadow cling up towards her like fingers, grabbing her and pulling her into the shadows hungrily. He begins to plummet towards the ground. He crashes into a heap on the cement. He sits up bloodied, and we can see the shadow closing in around him. Flatline is screaming, trying to run towards him, but Zatanna holds her back. We can see Dorothy finally get her portal open in the background. They start to drag Flatline towards it, recreating what Xanadu saw in her vision. She fights and kicks. Sportsmaster smiles to her. Go. We see Upside Down Man step from the shadows behind him, and then the shadows envelop him like a wave of water, completely covering him. We see Zatanna stepping right in front of the portal. Constantine shoves a weeping Flatline through it, forcing her to go. Zatanna looks back over the shadows as they consume the entire city. Buildings crumble and fall. Others are completely engulfed in darkness. Zatanna says, we have to help them. Constantine says, we can't see. Not yet. I don't know what this is, but it's bad. Xanadu says, all those people. Constantine pulls her into the portal, and they vanish. It closes behind them, winking out of existence. The camera pulls back, and we can see Xanadu watching the shadows consume everything. We're now in her vision. She's seeing the same thing at the same time. She knows that she hadn't changed the future at all. It's still going to happen, all of it. We can see that wash over her face. We get a shot of Earth as it's completely consumed by darkness. We see Upside Down Man coalesce from the shadows. He screams in anger, Dorothy escaping his clutches again. Shadows snake off him, firing him into the distance, and we can see the moon shatter into two pieces, splitting in half. His power is so great that even his rage shattered the very moon. It's going to look really cool for like a visual set piece in the background. Shadows cling around Xanadu, then she falls, landing somewhere else. She's in the middle of an empty city block. We see Dorothy Spinner clutching her eye. A large bleeding cut runs down her face. Her eye is gone and blood seeps between her fingers. She's sobbing and panicking. We see a bloody body somewhere in the distance. It's fuzzy, out of focus. We can't see who it is. We see Zatanna approach Dorothy. Zatanna says, Dorothy, you have to listen to me. I wasn't a part of that. I would never hurt you. Please, let me heal you. Dorothy looks up at Zatanna. Blood drips from her chin. She nods. Zatanna slowly approaches her. She looks nervous or even frightened. The camera pans around her to where we can see Xanadu is standing in the vision. It also reveals the dagger hidden behind Zatanna's back. A small teddy bear appears on Dorothy's shoulder. Sergeant Stuffy whispers something into her ear. Dorothy looks up at her with sad eyes. You have a knife behind your back? Zatanna looks surprised. She lets the knife come into view. Dorothy begins to cry, her tears mixing with the blood running from her missing eye. Why? Zatanna says, there was no other way. She pulls the dagger out and runs towards Dorothy. A gigantic claw clutches her by the skull. It drips with hot wax. It holds her body up before squeezing. The bottom half of her body falls into view, completely severed. Dorothy screams as Candlemaker does her work. She curls into a ball on the ground. We can see a shadow terror open up behind her, and the Upside Down Man creeps out of it, twisting his body to pull himself through. He smiles when he sees her, genuinely fond, until she turns to look at him with one missing eye. He looks abhorred. What did they do to you? She doesn't answer. He approaches her, then Upside Down Man reaches out a hand. Dorothy takes it while sobbing. You were right about them. Everything you said, they're monsters. Upside Down Man hugs her tight, and she begins to sob into him. Something lands next to Xanadu's foot. She picks it up, and we can see it's a Toro card, the Hanged Man. More begin to come into view. Some hanged men, some death. They begin to flow into the room like water. They fill up the room around her. Xanadu begins to panic, the cards growing up to her waist. She's going to drown in them. Soon she's clawing to fight her way out of thousands of cards, trying to keep her head above the water. Soon, they completely swallow her, and she finds herself in a different place. She's outside on a hill of snow-made grass. We see an older version of Dorothy standing side by side with Upside Down Man. The bleeding cut is now a large, twisting scar running down her face. She's maybe 25 or 30. They both wear fur cloaks that billow behind them. They stand on a cliff overlooking a field of snow. We can see men fighting off twisted and bizarre creatures. The living shadow slithers from man to man, killing them with ease. The snow is coated thick with blood. And in the center of it, we see Candlemaker. He rips men apart with his terrible claws as they attempt to fight him with swords. A large group of men begins to approach Upside Down Man and Dorothy with swords drawn, screaming a battle cry. The older Dorothy's single eye begins to glow bright white. Her skin becomes luminescent and she floats into the air. She turns to look at them. She holds up her hand and they all burst into flames, turning to ash. The scene begins to flicker, cutting between the shattering and the scene of the battlefield. The older Dorothy says, "Kill them all. Kill them all. Wipe them out." Upside Down Man agrees with her. In the plague of free will, heal the universes. The bodies begin to pile around Dorothy and Upside Down Man in an almost stylistic way. Dorothy and Upside Down Man seem to rise into the air atop the pile of corpses, infinite corpses, more than can be imagined. We see the shattering begin to surround them, the cracks beginning to fade. They seem to fill in one by one until the sky is nothing but an endless darkness of color. No cracks, no shattering. Upside Down Man turns to regard Xanadu as if he can see her. Kill them all. Heal the rift. Back to how it was. You know you walk the right path, witch. This is the inevitable conclusion. She's thrown from the vision violently. The shattering begins to appear all around her, growing more and more fierce, until the whole world explodes into a shattering shard of glass. Then she's back on Earth. Shade is looking at her confused. Xanadu, are you okay? She looks up at him with fear in her eyes. She says, Shade, we have to kill Dorothy's spinner. And that is where I'm going to end the movie. We're going to cut the credits as the song Daylight begins to play. There is only one after credit scene, numero un dito. I'm actually being very conservative on the after credit scenes. We're going to see a man sitting atop a mountain. There's nothing around him, only snow and a single group of flowers growing. It's like atop Everest, like in Nepal somewhere. You can see all the mountains in the distance. As we go closer to him, we recognize him. It's Chemo, only he's not in his suit. The single flower growing next to him begins to wither and die. He sighs looking at it. He seems to be meditating. Then he stands up. We see his suit made of lead, a little dinged up and covered in snow. He gets inside of it. We see a shot of him walking towards a shrine in Nepal. At that shrine, we see a Buddhist monk, or they're wearing Tibetan Buddhist robes, like the Dalai Lama sort of. And we can see they're in a Nepalese shrine of some sort of top of a mountain. Chemo sits down next to him and says, "It didn't work." The Buddhist says, "As I told you, we cannot help cure your ailment. You must seek elsewhere." He nods and says, "I think there is not a place on earth that can cure me." The Buddhist says, "Perhaps, but maybe in the next life you can attain that which you seek." Chemo nods, "Maybe." The monk turns to him and says, "You have a visitor, someone who wishes to speak to you." Chemo looks confused. He says, "Me?" He says, "Yes, she's over there." Chemo turns to look, and he's surprised. But before we can see, we're going to cut the credits. You guys are going to have to wait for the payoff to that in the next movie.
I lied. Oh yeah, baby, I lied big time. That was really dark. I really did kill half the cast. Everything I said on Discord was true. Yeah, I lied again. I like to spread misinformation. I like to mess with y'all. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Remember, the conversation that you should spread at the dinner table. Talk about Trump. Talk about nothing but Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Hey, isn't it great that he won the election? Or hey, isn't it horrible that that fascist won the election? Hey, Donald Trump is going to clean up our borders. No, he's not. He's going to be the next bad mustache man. Remember, you've got to tailor your controversial conversation to which family member you're talking to. That way you can aggravate everyone equally. All right, I've been Bjorn. I'll see you all in the next one.